Hello, everyone. I'm your host, Clifford Johnston. It is 4:20 p.m., June 8th, 2026, and we're going to be starting today with our Mojave podcast transmission. We have a few things we're going to cover today. Still in U-Haul, suspect leads police on a high-speed chase. That's a little short clip. Another short clip of body found off of I-44 mile marker 138. In case you're looking for them, that's in Oklahoma. Modern cosmological model has been some sort of an error. Scientists can't agree on what. That's Anton Petrov. Iran fires on Israel. Then Trump drops a big one. And Nick Shirley says they want to kill us. Death threats in NYC streets. Of course they do. Nick, you're exposing everything that's wrong with America. All the oxymoronisms, all of them got to go. In a first world country, none can exist. Large 6.1 earthquake, Cuba area. There was a 8.1 in Philippines. Aftershock continues Monday's report, so we'll be watching that. And then I got some live streams that we're gonna watch with Decoy or Decoy Decaf. Yeah. Anyway, you should know who he is. I show him a lot. I helped supported his channel today, and then we're gonna support Nick's live. But you should see the super chat. Anyway, you'll see what's going on here. All right, you guys rock. Keep keeping it up. Keep fighting the good fight. And then we're gonna watch Next News Network. I kind of honestly want to start out with them a little bit and then work our way into this because they'll be live, and then maybe the thing that we already covered, so then I can do some other segment. Does that make sense? That way I keep up with them, and then I'm not having to watch 2 live streams full. That's like 5 hours maybe, and I'm trying to condense that as much as I can and just get what I need from the live streams and not wait for them to drop their little video clips and do my response that way. Just to keep myself up, to show like how quick I can respond to things, and just show professionalism in support to the subject, like the Lego fugitive, or cat. And he's having to do all that, just he's trying to help somebody, and the world's pretty nuts. And then you see the redacted footage from the police over there, and then how he's like, I love the police department, when they're like crooked for him. Yeah, that's what's wrong with our system, and we need to put an end to it. I'm done with it. The blood of my sheriff's grandfather is just, he's rolling in his grave, even though he committed it, the ultimate sin. He's still rolling in his grave for all the crap. So, I mean, it is what it is. But anyway, thank you guys for watching. And without further ado, here we go. Hope you guys are having a great day. Sorry, we're having a hitch here. Let's see. My birthday thing messed it all up. Where did I? It's gonna go above the background. Man, I gotta fix that. Here, we'll get these two quick ones off the bat, and then when Anton starts, we'll shift to do a little test here. I don't know what's going on. Let's see. Oh, there we go. All right.
We begin tonight with the Oklahoma Highway Patrol finding a body in a wooded area off I-44 near mile marker 138. Here's what we know. It all started after a Thursday afternoon collision in the area. A man not cooperating with EMSA ran into the woods. They searched the area for several hours but could not find him. And today, a family member found his body and called authorities. Right now, it's not entirely clear what caused
AC
the
on,
death
but that's why I'm
or
gonna turn the
why
mic off
he
for a
ran
sec.
from medical staff.
A suspect now in custody after a high-speed chase through Oklahoma City.
Officers from the Village, Oklahoma City, and Edmond police all involved in this chase. The suspect allegedly stole a U-Haul moving van out of Oklahoma City.
Yeah, Village police spotted the vehicle and the driver took off, at times driving more than 100 miles per hour. Didn't know those things went that
You
fast.
had to see it go quick there, right on the
yeah.
left to right of your screen there as the chase entered Edmond. The van speeding down Santa Fe near Danforth. A few miles away, the suspect bailed in a neighborhood near Danforth and Bryant.
He escaped capture for a bit. Police caught up to him and took him into custody a mile north of Covell.
How wonderful person, this is Anton, and in this video
These guys are doing just as important work as Anton, all the time. So I donated to them too today. This is when I have a little bit of cash that I can donate because my mom helped me for my birthday. So, I can't do it all the time. So, for when I can do it, I'll do it. I said I was going to do it whenever I had the money. So, not to them, but to myself.
how wonderful person, this is Anton, and in this video
So I'm blessing the people that blessed me with all this information so I can help them keep the ball rolling. Does that make sense?
we're going to be once again discussing
I know everybody's
the
going through some
very
hard times right now, and
foundation
I
of
can't
how
give a
we-
lot, but it's better than nothing. So here, we're trying to get this going here. Come on, Anton. All right, here we go. We're gonna go straight to the meat and potatoes to show you that I did super chat, and then because they were still on the technical difficulties section of their segment, which is what I was doing about 5 minutes ago. where we dialed everything in. You saw me, and it's just the price of progress. Because if you don't do anything new, you'll never have to change anything back, or not. You won't be perfection because you never know if anything could be better. So like that's just the price of perfection, everyone. And this is also why content creators don't like to always have live streams out there, because it also leaves everybody very vulnerable, and it leaves them in a sense of, like, oh my God, look how unprofessional I am. You know what? I used to be like that too. Yeah, we got it. Links up.
One, two, three. Can you hear me now?
Clear.
All right, chat, can you hear me? Okay, it looks like we're back. Are we back? Okay, so all right, okay, all right, guys. It looks like we're back. Sorry about the delay. Sorry about the delay. We do our best over here with the resources that we have, so appreciate your patience. Okay, Brian, I'm ready. South Carolina is about to tell the whole country where the Republican Party is headed next.
No one missed anything. It's just
another governor's race. What we're watching is a
here we go.
live test of the law and order governing model that has defined the Trump comeback.
So he's reading off the teleprompter right now, so I'm gonna show you guys.
Alan Wilson.
See?
He's not running on empty.
So we got 9 from him, and Decoy gave us about 4, so we got a few more likes. So, and then yeah.
When you line up the receipts, one thing becomes
right before, right when the sound was going crazy. So anyway, here's all the,
Are voters about to reward that model again? See, here's why this matters far beyond South Carolina, because for years Republicans,
because they Pockhead Kenny really loved the live streams, and everybody loved the live streams, are going to be happy that I did that. So for them that aren't here yet, the people aren't going to see it. That's not the biggest deal. I didn't do it to get likes or anything. I was just showing you that that's like the core base of the people who would really would appreciate it. And so that was a nice winning guest. So yeah, that's why I did that, and we're gonna continue watching them really quick. You're up top. My thing froze. That was me, not them.
Politicians were cutting ribbons and naming post offices. He was fighting as a combat veteran, a prosecutor, and attorney general. I personally met him. Great guy. And he reminds voters that he was the one who stood up for President Trump in court. And he points to judges who let violent offenders back on the street, illegal hiring schemes built on forged documents and stolen identities, and mob-style unrest pushed by extremist left-wing groups. This is not the old country club Republican pitch. This is consequences, accountability, and public order delivered without hesitation. And while we're talking about protecting your family and planning ahead, that same mindset applies to your finances as well. So if you could go back in time and buy oil before the world relied on it, would you? Well, of course you would. Anyone would. So why aren't you buying silver right now? That's the question Noble Gold Investments wants Americans asking before the next major run is already underway. See, the people who recognized oil early didn't just make money. They got ahead of one of history's biggest economic transformations, and today silver offers a similar opening. It's not just a precious metal, it's a critical resource used in solar panels, electric vehicles, defense systems, AI infrastructure, and the manufacturing base that powers the modern world. To learn why so many smart Americans are paying attention, visit nextnewsgold.com right now and see how you may qualify for a 1/10 ounce gold coin. Now back to the race that is quickly becoming a national test case for America First enforcement politics. Here's the twist the corporate media still does not want to admit. Wilson's message is landing because voters have watched too many leaders talk tough and then do absolutely nothing.
Okay,
See,
so I'm like
Wilson's
101. I'm trying
Not
to
just that
get
he
decaps
supports
over
law
here
and
so
order,
I could just,
but that
because
he's
that
already
had
done the
tons of
job.
more content.
He
This
says
is way more
personally he took a
professional. So
case
see, he's
to the
recording
South
this to make
Carolina
into
Supreme
videos,
Court to get a
whereas
violent murderer
not everyone
locked
can
up
do that format.
after a judge let him out 6
Mine can be
years
filmed,
early. See, that's not
obviously
branding,
clipped
that's
into a
called
video,
record.
but I'm not trying
Once
to
you
be
see
like that all the time.
receipts,
because I don't
everything
want
I've
to
got
be
stacked up.
like, I want
pattern
to have
gets very
support
hard
for
to
people
miss.
that only do
And
stuff
I
on
was
live
shocked
streams,
this
and then
morning
like you
to
have to watch the
receive
live
this
stream in order
message
to
from
get
the
the
next
information.
governor of South Carolina.
Also,
He
because
dropped
it
a personal
helps
shout out to Next
me
News
with
Network,
my work that I
thanking me
do,
personally,
the
and
UFO
asking
stuff,
all
that
of our
the videos
supporters, all
aren't
of our
very
viewers,
like
get out
just,
and
look up a
vote,
video, because that also
Election
leads a
Day
trail of
is
breadcrumbs for
tomorrow,
people to look for
and
you. So like
your
I mean, I'm just
vote
trying to do my
for
best
Alan
and
Wilson
cover my ass.
makes a difference. Check this out.
So yeah, I'm glad I
Hello,
didn't have to
everyone.
put
This
too
is
much
Alan
onto the
Wilson. I
internet
wanna
in
give
order
a
to
big
get live
shout
streams
out to
unlocked, because
Next
therefore
News
now I
Network
am
and
on
Gary
a different
Franchi for having
spreadsheet
me
for
on
the
their
bots
show
and the
earlier
AI to
this
look under.
past year
Sorry
during
for
the
talking over
campaign.
them, but
I know all of
anyway.
you are big supporters of Next News
I
Network.
gotta get to work here,
While
guys,
Next
so
News
I decided
Network
to check
does
in a little
not do
bit.
official
But
endorsements, I'm asking you
like I said, I gotta
to vote
get
for me
Decoy
for
on
governor
here,
of
and
South
then
Carolina.
we're
I
gonna
look
watch
forward
my
to
news
fighting
clips
for
in
you as your
between
next governor.
me
The
doing my
election
things,
isn't
and it looks
here
like everybody's
now
up.
today.
They're up
Let's
to
go win this
115
thing
likes now.
together.
Good job,
Thank
everyone.
you so much and appreciate you. God bless.
God bless you too. And yes, I actually I got to hang out with him, interview him. We went to an event at a Cambodian Buddhist temple, actually. If you were following any of my Cambodian coverage, I was there with him at a temple, and it was just a remarkable event. So I got to really connect with him. So he didn't just ask for our support, he's showing exactly how he'd govern. Watch him lay down the law and warn left-wing agitators that South Carolina won't tolerate mob rule. This from Colin Rugg, posting that the South Carolina AG, Alan Wilson, threatens to throw extremist left-leaning groups in prison if they bring chaos to his state. The statement comes as Wilson leads a coalition of 19 state AGs in support of Trump's deployment of the National Guard. Now, in my interview with him, I specifically asked him about this and how he would support President Trump's move. But of course, he says it here. We will not tolerate mob rule. Check this out.
Earlier, my office put out a public safety advisory regarding upcoming protests going on around the country that are going to be coordinated with extremist left-leaning groups that are here to disrupt and vandalize local communities. I'm here to say to those people, if you come to South Carolina, if you attack law enforcement, if you attack people, if you destroy property, if you're disruptive and violent, we will come after you, we will put you in jail, we will prosecute you. There is no room for outside agitators in South Carolina. Play stupid games, you will win stupid prizes.
And while we may not officially endorse candidates, I mean, you know, sometimes we just have to come out and say, yeah, you know what? You got to get out and vote for this guy. I appreciate the couch. But hey, so that was Wilson in full prosecutor mode, promising jail for rioters. And next, he makes a broader case for governor, saying while other politicians played games, he was the one fighting for families and standing with Trump. Here's one of his posts at this debate, and he just knocked the socks off of all of his opponents. Check this out.
Good evening. I'm Alan Wilson, and I would like to start by saying, first of all, thank you to those of you who have already decided to support me in the race for governor. I would now like to speak to those of you who remain undecided. The concerns and issues that you have are the same ones that I have. Issues like affordability, quality education, and safer communities. These are important to me. While some of my opponents have been out cutting ribbons and naming post offices, I have been fighting for you as a combat veteran, as a prosecutor, and as an attorney general. I'm the only person here who had the courage to stand up and support President Trump in court. I promise you, if you elect me governor, I will bring that same fight and that same spirit to the office of governor. Thank you.
And in my interview with him, he explicitly told me how much he personally spent. I think it was about $150,000 of his own money defending his law license. They were trying to strip it from him because he was standing with President Trump on elections, and they just were relentless. They're trying to take him out, but he's still standing. And he argued that he's a fighter in the race, not just another ribbon-cutting career politician. Now he gets specific, taking aim at the South Carolina broken judicial system, pushing a plan to make judges answer to the people. And that's exactly what we need, judicial accountability.
As the only person on this stage who's actually prosecuted cases in front of judges, had to defend and protect victims from judges and defend all of your constitutional rights, no one has more of a vested interest in how judges are selected. I've spent the better part of 15 years advocating for judicial selection reform. I've written op-eds. I've lobbied the legislature. In fact, they did the most reform 2 years ago. It wasn't far enough. I agree with what Ram said. We didn't go far enough. But it was because of my efforts 2 years ago that we got some reform. As governor, I would advocate for a system where the governor has complete nominating authority over the people who select judicial nominees. Let the legislature up or down vote the judges. But if you get bad judges who are letting violent criminals out that are killing and hurting people, you can go to your House member and complain, but there's only one governor you can blame for the nomination to begin with.
So after calling for real judicial accountability, he brings receipts. Here we go, straight at a debate rival over a judge who let a violent murderer out early in the Supreme Court fight to lock him back up.
In all due respect, you're talking out of both sides of your mouth. You claim you're not a career politician, but you were elected in 2004, and if you're elected governor, you will be in your 80s when you leave office. That is by
Okay, like I said, this is Decoy, and I gave him another, well, not another, a $10 super chat today. It's been a long time that I've been watching these people, and I haven't never been able to
Hey, did they
super
play the
chat.
video?
And like I said, I was
'Cause
trying
there's
to support them when I had a little extra cash.
Video of the incident.
So
right?
I'm gonna go back to when I did that. So maybe it might come on the stream. If not, it's not that big of a deal. We'll watch the first couple hours and swap back and forth, and I will be checking in because right now I am renovating the scene behind me. That's why I'm leaving the camera on, so you can also see what I'm doing. I won't need to be moving the computer at this point, so it'll also be an act of what I'm doing, other than talking. So that will be fun, and that's why I'm gonna be doing like this, and up here, and then him more on the bottom down here with, having more on the screen than off. Okay. So unless I'm covering the super chats or something, I won't be moving anything for a little bit. And I will be turning off that for now. Thanks. I'll be back.
What is going on, Duckers? And thank you for tuning in to this episode of the Decoy live stream podcast. So thank you, Aosabi, for the raid over on... Which platform is that? I can't tell. What's up, Super RJ and Troglodyte? I know you guys are big, long-time supporters over on Twitch, and so a lot of people over on YouTube as well. I feel like that's where we get the most of our people. Actually, on lights, there you go. And then what is it? Someone said, time to consume slop. I mean, I hope this content isn't just slop on the internet. I mean, I take pride in the idea that a lot of people had their primary channels just like cranking out content as quickly as possible, and Decoy or Decoy Voice, that one, we take some time to make some good stuff. Like what was this video we just put out, the Trump finally caught him? That was a good, well put together video that has the opportunity that if anybody is just a casual pay attentioner, wait, what's the word I'm looking for? Casual awareness of politics, it very easily caught you up to speed on how flawed California's election system is, and how bizarre it was for Spencer Pratt to fall out of there. And then also how bizarre it is that once Ramen got ahead of Spencer, they immediately called it for him. Yeah, casual noticer, exactly. Not casual viewer, just someone that I would know in real life that they don't make their life about politics. Neither did I. Not kind of right now, I do maybe. But someone that just wants to live their life, watch sports ball, hang out with friends and not worry about what's going on in the White House, because let's be honest, it never really impacts us directly on this level that much. But I guess with prices of food and inflation and stimulus checks, but there's the idea that I'm able to bring it to people casually. Decaf Decoy, I don't think it's slop, man. I think we still kind of carefully watch this stuff. I try to interact with chat more frequently now, trying to figure out how to become a better streamer, because it's just never been my thing. Oh, thanks for plugging all the channels over there on Aosabi over on Kick. We got Gotta Close Your Live still says it's up. Gotta close my live. What? Do I have another live that's going? I don't know. View my channel. It says I'm view my channel. No, it says I'm I don't know. I don't know what's going on. Everything's kind of getting too much on there. I really should hire like some sort of like a producer, someone that knows stuff about live streaming, and just have them controlling the panel. Like I have Light Skin Decoy that comes up on the shows every so often, but he probably knows a little bit less about this stuff than I do. Oh, not you, Decoy. I was replying. That makes sense. Okay. Oh, he was talking to Aosabi. I mean, it is what it is. You know, guys don't have to tune into me if you want to watch another thing. Perfectly fine. The VODs stay up on, I believe it is Twitter. You could find them, and I think Twitter has them for like maybe a week or so, because I know they do delete. I mean, it's like a 5 GB file when we live stream for 3 hours, but you can usually catch up over there. YouTube, it goes unlisted, so if you miss a live stream but you still have it up, you can go back and watch it. But once it's done, it's non-discoverable, because I might be a conspiratorial, but I think that's how things are best. What's up, Maybe Sunshine? Thanks for plugging the Instagram. Thanks for being here too. Oh, what's up, Uganda Hater? Good to see you here. Shorzy says, you've been watching me for a long time, Mad. You're a good streamer. Usually watch on YouTube though. I mean, whatever platform you find it most enjoyable for you. I kind of feel like, just me personally, my homepage is YouTube. Like when I get on my phone or I get on my computer, I'm opening up YouTube, then I'm opening up Twitter, and that's just kind of like your home base on the internet. So whatever is better for you guys, you know. Yeah, I'm sorry, Chawi, I can't control the ads on Twitch. Twitch is just, I have it on as minimum as it possibly can be, but I do know that once you turn lower than a certain level, you become indiscoverable, because you're just costing them money, and unless you're Asmongold, they're not gonna let you pop up on the front page at all. I got glue on my hands. These cherry sodas, man, this batch of cherry sodas was very dirty. I can run manual ads, but honestly, I never think about when to run ads. And then also, I don't take breaks. I know I should probably take a break every half an hour, every hour. Like, does anybody really watch other streamers? Like, do you guys watch? If you guys watch a lot of other streamers, what is their frequency of walking away to run an ad break? I know Asmongold doesn't run ads. He just gets up and goes to use the restroom and get food or whatever. But what people, like, when they run ads, do they just typically say, hey, every 20 minutes or every hour, I'm going to run 2 minutes of ads and I'm going to go over there? Some take a break when Twitch mandatory ads run. That's the thing, is I'm on so many different platforms, I'm not paying attention to Twitch on what's going on. Salty has 1 ad break on a 2-hour live. Makes sense. Killinator's watching streams all day. Donut doesn't run ads. Tried to get him to promote me as an editor. So on Twitch you can. He often gets up for a minute or two to get a soda, use a restroom. Obviously, I don't think he can disclose that, but if I was a betting man, I think he probably has a kick deal. I'm guessing he has a kick deal. Just the way that he was streaming on there and bringing his platform from like YouTube, where he's big, and doing kick. It almost seemed kind of like the frequency he was doing it. I felt like, okay, he probably has a deal because he had to X amount of days or something. YouTube, we don't run ads because my channel's big enough, or my imprint on YouTube is big enough where I don't have to run the ads. I think the only one that I have to is Twitch. But then, you know, I had to my agreement with them is kind of fluid. If you don't have premium, YouTube likes to insert ads even in the live stream. It shouldn't though, because I have ads off. They're on manual. Let me double check right now. Because they should have been. They're not on automatic. Monetization. Oh no, it did go on. Wow. Okay, no, it did go on automatic. It always likes to slide it in automatic and change the settings behind my back. Okay, cool. Thanks for that. I fixed it. You say, could always read an ad for one of those brands every 10 minutes. I mean, I'll be completely transparent with you guys. In the event that I'm going to like need to purchase a home or try to get something more secure for myself, on Decoy, I haven't done ad reads in a long time, just out of principle. Like, I don't, all the stuff that happens behind the scenes. I may have every single video have an ad, just so I can fundraise a bunch of money and have cash on hand so I can buy something where I can have, like, an investment, a property, something for the business or whatever. So, I'm not happy about it, but at least I'll be transparent about it. I'm going to be, may or may not, I'll run a whole bunch of ads just so I can raise a whole bunch of capital. So I can say, hey, banks, I'm an unemployed guy, but here's some money, Yeah. You say Hassan's on Twitch, you'll never go there. But here's the thing. You can never fix Twitch if we don't, I don't want to say the word infiltrate, but if we don't go on Twitch and give people an alternative to people that probably are shocking their dogs on stream. Unless we go on there and change the culture and show Twitch, hey, you don't have to run these, like, communist terrorist sympathizers. You can run a regular guy that's gonna talk about regular stuff. And it'll be fine. You gotta give them a landing place. If you have Twitch Turbo, you don't have ads, but you have a sub for that. I think somebody gifted me Twitch Turbo, which is kind of cool. His cult is insane, but here's the thing, is like, his cult isn't gonna be only on Twitch. Every now and then, people like his listeners will find me on YouTube, go to my Instagram, go to my email, go to my X, and just bombard me with hate. Like, it is very interesting how quickly the progressive left, people that like Democrat policies, will revert to homophobia, racism, body shaming. Like, they'll go through all the different things once they dislike you, and I'm like, yeah, you guys aren't really the party of love and compassion, because they go hard on me on the comments. Now, again, I had a job before that well prepared me for someone talking trash, and I pay no mind to internet haters, but it is interesting how the left always projects exactly what they accuse the right of doing. I don't ever see... Actually, no. I admit, there are racists on the right. There's racists on the left. But predominantly, all the racism I've faced hasn't been MAGA hat-wearing Trump supporters. You hear because how much Asmongold and Nux talk about you, all up, brother. Appreciate that. I don't think... I've seen Tectone cover me, but I haven't seen Nux or Asmongold cover my videos. But again, I'm trying to have the perfect balance of doing market research, what do streamers that are entertaining do, and also not watching all their content, because when you watch too much of their content, their takes will get in your brain, and their takes become your takes, and it's like, okay, why watch the recycled version of the better streamer? Ethnocentrism is natural, and I saw something interesting about that, where it's like, the reason that, like, we are ethnocentric or xenophobic or whatever is built into your DNA, because if you think about, like, the Native Americans, the first time they saw the white man floating over on the Mayflower, something about, like, the uncanny valley or whatever, it's like, hey, they look like us, but they're slightly different, and you're supposed to be kind of biologically repelled by them, not repulsed, but just repelled, maybe repulsed by them, because they're going to bring in things like diseases that you've never been exposed to, possibly if they're a more civilized civilization than you, they probably are not going to bring over, care and food, and they're going to bring you up to their level. They're probably going to dominate you and take over your land. So it's like, we're kind of tribal. Humans are tribal. We're tribal in a way that if we see something that isn't just quite natural to us, it's something strange, we're just driven to dislike it, and that's why, oddly enough, the media, top to bottom, is all about like, hey, wouldn't it be great if there was equal representation and everything? Wouldn't it be great if we took something like Game of Thrones, where it's like it's about a fictitious rendition of the UK? What if we just had all their cities have equal representation of every single race? And it's like, okay, it's about dragons and magic, so it could be anything, whatever. But also, why are they pushing this down our throat so much? Honestly, I enjoy the fact that you take your time and get the info correct. Thank you, sir. Appreciate that, but I like the fact that I can be wrong about stuff. And you don't have to hold me to some standard where it's like, Decoy can never be wrong. It's like, no, Decoy's an idiot. He was a regular guy just 2 years ago, rambling in his office about conspiracy theories at his regular job. Like, it's like, we'll get stuff wrong, we'll get stuff right, but at least the spirit of intent is to get things right, not because somebody's paying me nefariously and saying, hey, say all the right things, and, you know, you will, we'll reward you handsomely for misleading your audience. Like, not to go into details, but it's like actually, no, I can't go into detail. Not too long ago, somebody from China reached out and said, hey, we're scheduling influencer trips to China to give you guys a different aspect of what's really going on over here. And I'm like, with all the trouble that I believe Hassan may get into in the near future, I really believe these are like nefarious actors trying to get you to do propaganda tourism for them, or just trying to do propaganda for, I don't want to say America's enemies, because China is our ally in the sense of we're not like at war with them, but it's just like they really want to use you as a platform to just slowly chip away at your preconceived beliefs about America's, not adversaries, but other countries, you know? Honey traps, that's the thing I was always thinking though. I was like, with Hassan's trip to China, it was right after another fashion YouTuber that I like, and I met him in real life, and he was a really cool person. Him and his crew were really cool. Fashion YouTuber went to China, and I'm like, what is the likelihood that you guys, like has anybody ever visited China? Because you can go to China as like a traveler. You don't have to be like vlogging it or whatever. But what is the likelihood that both Hassan and this other million subscriber YouTuber I know went to China, and both of them had attractive young Chinese women showing them the countryside, showing them the shopping malls, showing them the historic sites, and I'm like, no, you guys, these are propaganda tours. I mean, maybe it's not, and they happen to know a pretty Chinese girl that's gonna show them around the country, but I was like, after they emailed me too, saying, hey, would you like to see the real China? And I'm like, what's that meme? You sure about that? You sure about that? Yeah, you talking about Spencer Pratt having a 60,000 vote lead June 2nd. Now he's down 3,000 votes. We are going to talk about that. It is rough. I think the Democrats are overplaying their hand. And also we've discovered some stuff that happened back in the day up to and including Kamala Harris's run for, I believe it was district attorney. Something very similar happened to what's happening now. So we'll briefly talk about the earthquake in the Philippines. We'll talk about some anti-ICE protesters, how they're getting out of hand. They're even pouring gasoline on Trump supporters. Wild. We'll talk about some Nick Shirley stuff, the election in California. We'll talk about Austin Metcalf. We'll talk about some things that are happening over in the UK and other stuff. Yeah, Cuba had a huge earthquake too. And what's insane to me is buildings are collapsing and people are saying, okay, it's just an earthquake in the Philippines. Weren't they saying it was a 9.0 earthquake and wasn't the Northridge quake that like collapsed first world nation bridges back in 94, I believe? Wasn't that just like a 6? What was, actually, let's just check it out real quick. What was the Northridge earthquake? Magnitude. Not a recent one. 6.7. So, yeah, 6.7 was what destroyed lots of California, Los Angeles. And then 9.0 is like thousands of magnitudes more. Is there a 10.0? I don't believe so. Yeah, 6.7 for Northridge. And it was bad. And then they had a 9? It's wild. Not 6. Good God. I got nephews and nieces. I believe my nieces are, I know my nieces are Gen Z. I believe my nephew is Gen Alpha. So I wouldn't say I'm well versed in the 6-7 and all that stuff, but I mean, or the Huz. I'm learning all the new words out there in the English language, but I mean, come on, guys. It says 7-8 in the Philippines on Google. Okay. Which would make sense. It was closer to service in 94. That's why I also thought about, like, you know, let's just kind of get this, not out of the way, but I just pulled this up. It's not going to be a full topic, but I did at least want to cover what's happening over there if you guys haven't seen it. But the earthquake over in the Philippines, it is bad, guys. Full-on collapses of buildings. I think there was inside, there's a longer video, I didn't have it pulled up, of the people inside wondering if they needed to run away from this, and I think it's just good to cover this type of stuff because you see this.
What the fuck?
The whole shopping mall. And these people are just sitting there watching. You got to know that the minimum safe distance from an earthquake is twice the height of the building. So if it's this tall, you got to think about, you got to be twice or far away from it. I think in this video there's power lines. If there are power lines involved, you also need to get like very, very far away from active power lines because you don't got to worry about getting smashed. You need to worry about getting electrocuted and getting set on, like, nothing's gonna save you if live wires hit you.
What the fuck?
And also, you don't want to be breathing in those fumes. If we learned anything about 9/11, these buildings over, I believe this is the southern part of the Philippines, those buildings are going to be filled with all sorts of chemicals that you might not feel the effects the year one, but I believe everybody that was there on Ground Zero on 9/11, they died of cancer. Like, this is nasty stuff for you to be inhaling, so you need to be running, not observing. And then they said inside, what is this? Inside the airport, which is a bit north from where the epicenter was, at least 12 gone, 200 injured. And these buildings are, what do you call them? What is a building called? Condemned? Like, when there's this much structural damage, even if you see a crack in a support beam, do not be inside the building anymore. You need to exit immediately. And also, just general fire safety tips is, whenever you're going somewhere, think about the nearest exit to you. Most people, they'll try to go in the entrance, they'll try to exit the entrance they came in, when fire code shows that you should be, there will be several exits that you are passing on the way to the exit that you thought, to your entrance. It's not recommended to be inhaling buildings that are turning into gases. It is bad. They said there were going to be tsunamis out there, so in the Philippines, there was some of it. And again, the distance you see the water recede off the ocean is the distance it's going to come in, maybe times 2. Yeah, you gotta go.
Oh, just go, Lord.
Yeah, I don't think you want to be there. And then I guess all the way over in the Pacific coast of Mexico. Because I remember when the earthquakes first happened, they thought it was a 9. They thought Northern California had to have a tsunami warning. Japan, maybe. But pretty intense. Yeah, why are they still on the beach? People are just unaware of how things are. These are huts. These are huts. Obviously, this guy's recording from a smartphone. Gotta be pretty ballsy to just assume the earthquake's not gonna get worse than this. Or that the tsunami's not gonna get worse than this. The one tsunami in 06, you think killed 100,000 people? Hope it's nothing like that one. I don't think it's gonna be like that one. Like other people were saying, we don't want to talk about it too much, is this earthquake was much more deeper than like the Northridge quake or the quake that caused the tsunamis in Japan. Better to be recording from a boat. Yeah, I do remember in Japan, they showed like the bay and everybody was rushing to their boat to go out to sea because that's where their safe is. It's a little bit what is it? opposite thinking, counterintuitive thinking, but apparently that's the safest. Yeah. Saying leftists think raising our taxes can stop this. Exactly. They think if we just pay a little more money in tax dollars, they can change the weather. Interesting. Yeah, counterintuitive was a word. Makes you mad how stupid these people are. They should know what happens yet and gets to safety. So much information at your fingertips, and yet they act so clueless. Because here's the thing, is like, I think what seems like common knowledge for regular people, they forget how many idiots there are in the world. Like, I think if I didn't have a regular job where I was doing like building safety stuff, and just knowing that, hey, minimum safe distance from a building when it's after an earthquake is twice the height of it. Why? It's common knowledge to people in my field, but for regular people, not really. And then also things like, hey, there's asbestos in the in the walls. Like, I remember there was this random story on YouTube where a guy was being an a-hole, and he was going to homes that were being constructed, and then he thought it would be funny to go inside the building that was still being built that had a toilet, and he was like, I'm gonna go take a poo inside the half-built building so the poor construction guy will have to find my poo in this toilet and clean it up. Ha ha ha, he's a smart redditor. And then he said, oh, I just found some fluffy stuff in the wall, and I use the fluffy stuff as my toilet paper, not knowing what fiberglass insulation is. So when we think things are common knowledge because we have life experience, just know there's idiots out there that will use fiberglass to wipe themselves after they're using the toilet. And yeah, saying deserved, very well deserved. Very well deserved, because, I mean, there's a lot of fake stories on Reddit, but I chose to believe that one just because who would make that shit up? Yeah, don't win awards. Don't win awards, yeah. Yeah, you knew nothing about the earthquake safety protocols you just said, and it's sad, like, everybody thinks they'll know what they can know what to do in the moment, but a lot of people, they're just not clutch. I don't want to say like, oh yeah, like, you know, when shit hits the fan, I'm very tactical and I'm smart and I'm cool under pressure. Until you've been tested, nobody really knows where they are in that classification. Like, I think they call it like foxhole logic. If stuff goes down, are you the type to cower in the foxhole? Are you the type that runs away in the foxhole? Or are you the type that says, hey, I've been trained on something, let me charge, this is what we've been drilling for the last year. You never know which type of person you are, and a lot of these people, like, you gotta think about the Philippines, third world, the southern part, which I believe, maybe wrong, I believe the southern part is the more third worldy portion of the Philippines. A lot of these people might not be literate. Like, not looking down on people, but I wouldn't blame someone that's illiterate to not know, hey, maybe I don't run inside a crumbling building built in the 70s that's probably filled with asbestos. Sweet bonk stick, yes, I mean, the pencil bat is my signature, I just don't carry it the entire time now. No such thing as an atheist in a foxhole? True. Neither are 29% of Americans. I am saddened to know how bad the public school system has become, and how the literacy rates coming out of high schools is horrendous. Like, you're hearing people talking about, like, they're hiring managers for things, and the amount of high school or college graduates applying for places, like, the lack of intelligence they have. It's like, no, this is I grew up as, like, the internet generation, so I'm a little bit more brain-rotted than my parents that just had the television with, like, 12 channels on it. But now we're looking at the TikTok generation, where I think they said something like, my generation, like, millennials, their average single activity focus is, like, 8 minutes. The new Gen Z generation, their average single activity focus is 44 seconds, which is that of, like, a TikTok or YouTube short. And you don't get to Mars on a 44-second attention span. Gen Alpha is toast. I mean, the only thing that I would say with Gen Alpha is they're surprisingly based. They don't like all the nonsense. The same way my generation looked at Gen Xers and said, man, you guys are lame. Like, I'm not trying to be like the okay boomer. You think these things, like, it's antiquated. Millennials in the workforce have been miserably woke in their HR departments, in their with their DEI, but the new generations, Gen Zs and Gen Alphas, they look at millennials like, oh my god, wokeness? Okay, boomer, you guys are lame. I'm not gonna be like you. I'm gonna be based. So I think that's why they're kind of, they may be salvageable. And also, they're the generation that looks at the millennials saying, you guys went to college? Idiots, why'd you go to college? Like, everybody I know, they went to college and has a diploma. They're not using the diploma. If they're successful, they're not using their diploma in the field they got work in. And by far, the most successful individuals I know that I grew up with are the ones that did not finish college. I think Gen Alpha, Gen Z, they're going to see this and see not college as being optional, but college as being an obstacle. I just remember I had a buddy that fully like logged on to the idea. Remember, if you're like a millennial like me, there's all those commercials about join the Navy. Join the Navy, guys. Accelerate your life if you join the Navy. If you join the Navy for the right things, by all means, great thing. Learn some leadership or travel the world. But he's like, oh, I don't know what I'm doing with my life. I'm kind of aimless. I'm gonna join the Navy. Joins the Navy, does something stupid, doesn't get dishonorably discharged. I forgot the word is. He just gets discharged. And I was like, no, that wasn't accelerate your life. Your stint with the Navy was a speed bump. And it's like, I think the new generation sees what college is doing. The soldiers wanted commercials were the best. I mean, the military can be great if you know what you're getting into, but if you think that you're going to go in there and just discover yourself, or you're not a hard worker, and I know a couple people, I'm going to oust them at all, but I know a couple people that went into the military thinking it was going to rearrange their life, didn't get discharged like my old buddy, but still, it didn't really do them anything. Like the GI Bill, phenomenal. Getting disability pay, like you see with Caleb Hammer's financial audit, it can kind of finance a lot of stuff. I am bewildered on how much money we give our veterans, because it's like, it's good, they deserve it, but it's not as advertised. Yeah, your prior U.S. Air Force and second that, good decoy, good take. Exactly. It's like anything else, you know? You didn't know what you were getting into, but you figured it out. You're one of the good stories. But I know a lot of people that have bad stories. I know a guy, I hired him. He probably watches this channel still. Different dude. Was in the Navy, was doing okay, and then got out, was trying to figure his life out, and then all that Biden stuff was happening. He's like, wait. What's that word called? They're not, he's not active. He's not reserve where he's got to check in, but he's like, should they need extra bodies, they're putting him on a submarine and deploying him. Chat, what's the word? He was just out of the Navy. Not on call. What was it? No, he wasn't blazing us. He wasn't small. He was doing, this guy doesn't watch my channel. Ready reserve. I think it's auxiliary ready reserve. Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah, he's inactive reserve. There you go. That's the word. He was inactive reserved. He wasn't a reservist like going out a couple of different weekends. But no, my other buddy that I said it was a speed bump is he was a compulsive liar, so I didn't believe this, but he said that he was just I forget what you call it, like barely in there, like it's the thing above seaman. Good God, the thing above seaman. He was like just the like the equivalency of like a PFC in the Navy. He was that, and I guess his petty officer, him and his buddy had problems, and they said, oh yeah, on a ship there's a thing you do, and you lock both doors, and you just go ham on each other. My buddy was kind of a yoked black dude, and he beat the crap out of his petty officer, so he got discharged. The petty officer wanted to fight, so I don't think he didn't get dishonorably discharged, but the Navy didn't work out for him. I don't even think he gets a GI Bill. I don't think he got the GI Bill. I don't think he gets any benefits from it because his stupid ass got himself kicked out. Turn on the thing right now. Petty officer, third class. No, he was the thing. No, good God, guys. No. Other than honorable, it wasn't honorable, it wasn't dishonorable, it was just, hey man, we cannot have you in the Navy anymore because you do not represent our values. My boy, I mean, I think he was like peeling potatoes. He wasn't a chef, but he was on the ship. and he was like, yeah, we spend a whole day. General discharge, I think that's what the word is. Yeah. Less than honorable. No, general, yeah, that was his thing. Which, I don't think, if the Navy wasn't going to straighten him out, nothing could have, but, you know, we all know people that are F-ups. That's why I think that even when I cover, like, homeless people that I used to bump with when I lived in LA all the time, I still have somewhat of a, level of, not respect, but a level of compassion for them. They could be trying to stab me on the bus, but I feel like I knew these guys. I knew these guys in high school. They like video games, they like smoking pot, and the world was just not cut out for them. The Navy straightening someone out? Nah. Some people work better solo, exactly. Like, I think about, me, I just did not belong in the corporate world. I remember I had a boss, he probably watches the show still, and he said, like, I don't think he was under me and, like, surpassed me, but he definitely surpassed me in the corporate world, and he was like, yeah, Decoy, whenever we're on a conference call, whenever we're in a room, you're always the smartest one there, but you need to learn how to shut your mouth. He said, like, hey, you give your opinion too much when it doesn't need to be given. Just accept what they're saying, smile and nod, and do whatever the hell you were gonna do anyway. But honestly, I just can't hold my tongue. I see something bullshit, I'm like, I'm gonna speak up. I'm not gonna waste everybody's time, but it's like, no, I think I belong on something like this, where I can just kind of ramble as much as I want, as opposed to being on a conference call. Because essentially, this is a conference call. This is just one big Zoom meeting with, 1,000 of us on it across platforms. I cannot hold my tongue on nonsense. Better know what you're signing up for. Your love didn't say constantly deployed, which you didn't mind. Exactly. If you knew what you're signing up for and you wanted this is the life you chose, by all means, it'd be good. Weird how open honesty isn't what they want in the corporate world because they need to have their ego stroked. They need to. I just remember I worked at a Burger Shack, and this was me, like 16 years old, and worked at a Burger Shack. Corporate bought these ginormous. This might dox me a little bit. But you might know if you worked in California. They built these giant, like, floor scrubbers that were counterintuitive. They sucked. They're terrible. But somebody's, like, nephew up in corporate said, hey, let's buy these $50,000 floor scrubbers and use these in our restaurant. They were terrible, and I kept on telling them, I said, these things suck. Let me use a mop and a bucket. Let me use a garbage can, and I will clean the whole store super fast. And they're like, no, you have to use this machine. And I'm like... And they would, like, count, the machine had, like, an odometer of how long it was on. I'm like, no, we would just put the machine in the closet and turn it on so the odometer would go and we can clean the floor like regular. And I'm like, yeah, that's what it is. They didn't want to hear me say the machine doesn't work. They wanted to hear me say, hey, the CEO's nephew's a genius. He's so smart. Promote me. Hey, Decoy, not everyone deserves to know what you know or what you think. I mean, people hate me for showing my opinion, but that's the world, though. Like, people can watch me. They can watch me because they like my takes. Doesn't matter, because we're here to have a discussion. We're not like certain content creators on the internet that if you give them... This hat's bothering me. Certain content creators on the internet that if you give them something they don't believe in, or they like you something contrary to what they believe, they get all upset. Oh my god, I hate my subscribers. You've been paying me as a six month paid for member. I'm gonna rant about you for a minute and ban you because that's how secure I am in my convictions. You guys know who it is, but I mean, it is what it is. This is not an echo chamber, exactly. I like when people prove me wrong, but just prove me wrong in a respectful way. Not comment about my eyes and then why I'm wrong. How about just why I'm wrong? Wasn't Tops in Pasadena, but that is a good guess, which makes me wonder what was going on over at Tops. Not even, you don't even have to disagree with me with respect. It's just, don't be mean about it. Yeah, I always thought you take being incorrect in a good way because we're not omnipotent beings. We're just people that are trying to do the best we can with the misinformation that is the internet. But I think that there are a lot of people out there that their ego can't handle. Their ego can't handle the fact that they might be the bad guy. I might be the bad guy, who knows? Yeah. Alright, so let's go ahead and talk about what's happening over in... This is outside Los Angeles. This is someone saying Patriot Wildman was assaulted by anti-ICE protesters out there, and it's crazy how comfortable they are breaking the law, where they did this knowing full well, or having the confidence that nobody was going to throw them in prison forever for this.
Nazi! Pedophile worshiper! Pedophile worshiper!
Interesting how they always say that about Trump supporters when you had montages of Biden doing insane things to people, to kids, and yet they just oh, you know, we can just ignore that.
Get the fuck out of here! The audacity of you to come here 1 year after 30,000 fucking people have been taken!
He's trying to pour a gas can. It's gasoline, throwing it on him. And here's the thing is, like, I don't know the legality of it, but say someone was pouring gasoline at you while everybody was yelling at you, you'd think you're about to get lit ablaze. Could you defensively draw on him if you're a CCW holder? I don't know, but that seems like this person doesn't think that he's in danger by doing this. And they're beating him. And the more you run, the more empowered they get. That sounded like a taser. If you have gasoline on you and someone uses a taser, I think those two people combined have committed murder, but again, I'm not certain. And they're chasing him. Like, this is the... Sounds like a taser. And they're shouting, this is a game to them. They're playing for play, not knowing that this is attempted murder. Good point. Would you use a firearm if you were dousing gasoline? Yet everybody's doing bad right there. And again, they're not stopping any deportations in Los Angeles. Nothing has changed over there. The feds are still operating as normal. And yet they are all fine committing felonies outside of it. And how do they have the free time? How are they getting this much PTO from work to do all this?
I got a taser!
What? No! So it was a taser. I think he means well because he's saying that he was like with Patriot Wildman saying, hey, they beat him and they tried to tase him, but that could have ended everybody. I appreciate you, Eon Richard, for being there and documenting this, but my God, you guys are in danger. Now, they said over in Delaney Hall, this is over in Jersey, so they've been having riots since, like, we started covering this a couple weeks ago, and only now are they starting to face a little bit of the consequences where they say, hey, I'm going to threaten ICE agents, we're going to throw stuff at ICE agents, in certain cases we're going to dump gasoline on Trump supporters. They're finally getting some consequences. Freedom News TV.
Back up! What'd you say? You gonna kill me? You gonna kill me? Come on!
He thought he was totally safe within the mob. Oh, I'm going to threaten you with terrible things, and they're not going to do anything about it. This is the first time. This is the first time he's faced consequences.
Come on! I ain't seen nothing. I ain't seen nothing. Don't fucking pick that up again. Go ahead, do it. Go ahead. Please get back.
When LARPing goes wrong, exactly. Free them all. Again. Just the utter bliss that is being a leftist activist, not caring what you're in jail for. Because a lot of these people, BDFs, murderers, they've beaten their significant other, and you don't care. It's because you think they're brown, and they need to be free. And they need to be freed. Good God, this is bad. You wish you could join ICE? I mean, to do this or to get the $60,000 signing bonus to get yourself a nice iced out Rolex.
You don't fucking spray your face with that.
Freedom! They keep on shouting freedom of the press as if you should be free to do whatever you want. Oh, I'm pressed, so I can throw bottles of water at ICE agents and block the streets indiscriminately for months at a time. It's okay, guys. I'm press.
You don't back up away from me. Just a press face.
And correct me if I'm wrong, at this point in time, don't they have a concrete walled off portion that is the protest zone? Don't they have that?
Come on.
Yeah, so they're there, and then they're saying ICE agents rush out of Delaney Hall. Rioters will not shut down Homeland Security. They will continue undeterred. All of the wasted hours, the times they've been maced, the times they've been thrown to the ground, and they themselves have been injured, it's done nothing. They just have to babysit them. This is just babysitting idiots. I thought that the USA didn't exist. I thought there was no, like, stolen land. Well, they're very confused. I'm confused watching them. Let's see. No amount... What's that sign say? No amount of money is worth your humanity. Interesting if she's a paid-for protester herself, and she doesn't care that some of these individuals inside this facility may have harmed other immigrants. Doesn't the left fund the KKK? Isn't that crazy how you're saying that? And it sounds like an insane claim. The Democrat, SLPC, they're funding the KKK. They're giving money to white supremacists so they can commit hate crimes, and then later on they can fundraise off of, oh my god, there's so much hate out there. Take some of that money and give it back to the white supremacists. You say that. It sounds like an insane conspiracy theory. But you're right. Like, that's where we are in the world in 2026. Democrat institutions, liberal progressives, taking money from people trying to fight racism, taking that money, giving it to racists so they can commit crimes, they can report on them, and they say, more money please. It is the ultimate grift, the infinite money glitch from well-meaning idiots on the left. I am scared for humanity once we make first contact with a more intelligent alien species. If we can't figure out how to see through race grifts, we're finished, guys. Hate is big business, exactly. No hero without a villain? True.
Coming illegally, still getting detained, man.
Yeah, one skinny guy with a ponytail shouting at this long line of men doing blue-collar work and thinking, oh yeah, guys, we're one day away from winning this war. You guys are saying you're un-American while they hate America. I don't know. I will forever stand by the idea that if you find out any of these people, they've been here multiple days, if they're getting any sort of government assistance, you immediately pull it from them in perpetuity. No food stamps, no housing vouchers, no health care, no nothing. If you got this much free time to waste government workers' time, you can't be doubling down. I can't be subsidizing these protests with my tax dollars. Adult daycare. Code Pink? Oh my god, isn't Code Pink the one that didn't... Correct me if I'm wrong, chat. So Code Pink went with Hassan, or at the same time as Hassan did, to Cuba. Hassan just gets subpoenaed, so he's not under investigation. They're just subpoenaing his records. I think they're giving him a notice to preserve communication, so it's like kind of scaring him. And then Hassan goes on. Didn't Hassan go on stream and say, "No, guys, the person that funds it," like, didn't he start like rearranging, like giving the FBI all their connections? Like, he's in China, he's the billionaire, he pays us, then he pays them, and they tell us to influence these things. Like, he was connecting the dots, and they're like, Hassan's the first guy to give up his entire criminal network without seeing the inside of a prison shower. Like, he just gave it up. Yeah, sing him, I think. If you see that this is who's on your side, you gotta wonder, wait a minute. Am I doing something on behalf of American interests? Or am I just biting into the communist agenda and the narrative they're feeding, the Batswa, where the Chinese think, white liberals that are just misinformed, have more emotions than actual information? Am I a useful idiot? If Code Pink's here, what am I falling for? But no, they'll never think critically about that. Oh, he's so bold. Yeah, because this is the turning point of the war. God, these guys, they're playing. They're the theater kids that no longer have a classroom where everybody's got to pay attention to them. They're very aimless. And I just wish they'd have something they could occupy their time with. I don't know, I'm throwing this out. Become a zookeeper. You have so much compassion. Or not even become a zookeeper. You guys all look young enough to still be in college. Go to college. Get all the grants you can. Get as many scholarships as you can. Work 2 jobs, like average millennials. Work 2 jobs while you're in college. Go to law school. Pass your local bar. And then represent immigrants in immigration court. How about you do that? Or is it more fun for you to dance with your little goggles on and be useless while some nefarious agency with money coming from murky places around the globe, they pay you that? No, they don't want to actually accomplish things. They'd rather stamp their feet and have the whole, like, I'm throwing an adult temper tantrum. I hope the adults are listening still. Yeah, they're not smart, though. How many useless degrees among them? I don't see these people as very, I don't have a high education, but I don't think they do either. Did you guys pay for? If you're a taxpayer, if you're a net taxpayer, I don't know, but yes, it's not their $1 billion facility. These are government employees. I don't know who you're yelling at. College is a grift, kinda now. Yeah. And their numbers have. I gotta turn this down. This is so annoying. But yeah, their numbers are dwindling so much. ICE agents don't care, but it is sad that despite all these protesters out there, Tom Homan is saying, hey, did you guys know that you're out there saying, oh, hunger strike and we gotta fight ICE and all this? They're actually going to make the detainees' lives worse by creating unrest outside their ICE facilities. Like, they don't care because all they want is a social media moment so they can say, I fought ICE, I fought fascism, whatever they're saying, but they don't care that it's actually going to impact the people in detention.
But again, I went through the facility. I stand by the facility again. This is not a Grand Hilton. This is a detention center. And I've been in a lot of jails, and I've been in 2 state prisons. I wish they would go to their own state prison, look at that, then come to the Delaney Hall, get something to compare it to.
Yeah, because they don't have any information. They just have emotions. But also the idea that they have to have the federal facilities because they have higher standards. Because it's not like a federal prison can be privately owned and put the people in. What's the one out there? Is it in California or Arizona? It's like Tent City, where it's like you're a felon, you're just in a tent, you get a sandwich and you get water and you get a juice, and your prison experience is not so satisfactory. You have to have these expensive government facilities because the standards for immigrants being deported is much higher than a violent felon. They don't understand that, though. Is it in Maricopa County? Okay, yeah. Tent City, not for the homeless. It's in Tent City in Arizona. Sometimes I believe California sends their prisoners there, and it's not fun. Like, I just saw a Los Angeles, I think he was like a blood. Like, he was a violent criminal gangbanger in Los Angeles. He did time over in Georgia, and he was like, yeah, they sent us on the watermelon fields. And he was like, They're out there calling me boy and having me get on my hands and knees to pick watermelons, and he wasn't used to that disrespect, and I think they put him in solitary for a period of time, but it's like, yeah, some of these places aren't 5-star accommodations. Show me where Tom Homan and ICE is sending migrants to go to a watermelon facility or a watermelon farm to serve their time before they get deported. No, they want to fearmonger on alligator Alcatraz. They have their cell phones, they have beds, they have electricity, they get like 3 meals a day. Like, I'm not saying it's amazing, but it's better than federal prison. But then these people don't understand that.
I think they'll understand that detention is not a luxury. Detention, and they say they want to shut.
And they could have gone out again. They could have gone out, got their $2,000 on an EBT card, had free accommodations out the country. They could have got accommodations for their family to leave the country with them, and plenty of time to get their affairs in order. They didn't choose that. They chose to get caught somewhere on the street. Oftentimes, when they're in local state custody or city custody, and they get arrested, then they get deported. So yeah.
Down facility, they want us to release detainees. You know, when I looked at the files, you know, a lot of people in that facility are mandatory detention by federal statute. We couldn't release them if we wanted to. Yep. Because there's certain people, whether they're expedited removals, whether they're certain criminal, whether they're final order cases, by law, we have to detain them. And here's what they're not talking about.
They just can't accept the fact that it's like, hey, just because they're brown doesn't mean they can't commit atrocities. Doesn't mean they're not part of the cartel where they're like carving people's faces up, like white, black, Asian, whatever. We are all capable of committing heinous acts. But just because an immigrant did, they're like, no, you gotta free them all. You gotta free them all because they're racist.
You want to shut down the facility? Then every illegal...
Tom's issue is he's trying to treat them like reasonable people. Their conditions don't matter. They don't care exactly. You can't reason with them. They say, what's that meme out there right now where so much of the left's strategy is pretending they don't know how basic things work, like prison or like kidnapping. Oh, that's not an arrest. That's a kidnapping. They pretend they don't know the basic principles of what an arrest is, thus making discourse impossible. You can't reason with somebody that's always going to say, hey, if a guy's knocking around his spouse, we should arrest him. No, that's kidnapping. That's kidnapping. You know, free Kilmore. And it's like, guys, can we just have a elementary understanding that a violent person towards his family is not good for society, but they pretend they don't understand basic logic, and thus discourse is impossible?
When we arrest in that state, we'll fly to Texas, we'll fly to Arizona, detain them there. Because we're going to keep arresting people, we're going to keep detaining people, We're going to keep removing people. If I can't detain them in that city where they're close to their families, then we'll have to move them someplace else. How does that benefit the migrant community? No. I mean, you're not going to shut down ICE enforcement. You're certainly not going to abolish ICE, and you're not going to stop us from doing our job.
So you say, what is it? I thought only kids could get kidnapped. It's in the name, but that's the problem with the Botswa, the white college-educated liberals. They see minorities as a pet project. They want to look down on us and say, you guys aren't smart enough to get voter ID. Some of you guys in the city in New York, you know, Kathy Hochul famously said, New York's governor, some of these kids don't even know what the word computer is. They don't know how to get on the internet. They see us as less than, so when we get arrested for something, it's like, oh my God, they're not being arrested. They're not adults capable of knowing they're doing wrong. They're children. They're kids. They're like a chihuahua we take care of. You're not a human being. You're a box turtle in their brains. That's what they call arresting us kidnapping, because they need us to be less than. And that's why when you have something called like a model minority doing better than them, despite the fact they come from poverty, they know nothing, and they gotta learn a little new language to succeed, it breaks their brain, and they can't even fathom us. That's why they hate model minorities so insanely.
President Trump's in the Oval Office. He's there mainly because of what the Biden administration did to the border. Where were all these congressional representatives and politicians in 4 years open border? How come they didn't take Secretary Mayorkas on? How come they didn't take the Biden administration on?
Because the TV didn't tell them. That's all.
For opening border, over 10 million people flow to our border, many criminals, many sex offenders, 2.1 million gotaways. Where do they come from? Who are they? How many of them are terrorists? How many of them are criminals?
How many of them don't even realize that we used to do DNA swabbing at the border, where it's like, hey, look, are you seeking asylum? You got some kids and you got an adult? Let's just do something as simple as a mouth swab on all three of you. Make sure you're at least related. If you're related, by all means, let's go. If you're an adult male and you're transporting 3 kids and they're not related to you, and you tried to say they're related to you, maybe that's a problem. Maybe the DNA swabs are a good thing, but under the Biden administration, they say, you know what, we need to max out democracy, no borders, bring in as many people as you want. So the cartels saw that and said, hey, we can start trafficking people because they're no longer testing for the DNA coming over here in masses. Texas tries to control their border. Biden administration takes a literal tractor to destroy the gate, letting more of them in. let's not DNA swab anybody because max democracy. And as we saw in places like New York City, where the Roosevelt Hotel got and put at max capacity, some of those women were then selling themselves on the streets. Not because they wanted to, but somebody was making a profit off it. Then you have New York City Democrats taking the TV saying, hey, you know what? This is just survival work, guys. Let's allow them to have survival work. They reached insane amounts of mental gymnastics where they said, hey, trafficking people to be sold into slavery on the streets is a good thing. But you know what? Tom Homan, no. The real bad guy is Tom Homan that wants to arrest them in the jailhouses after they committed crimes. Again, they're sheep. They've only been programmed something. They don't know when to be mad at something until the television tells them. That's why the kids in cages was so effective. They're Obama's cages. But let's blame Trump because we don't know why we hate Trump. We just know to hate Trump.
They didn't say a word about what happened the last 4 years, and the reason ICE is out there arresting people right now because we're responding to a historic illegal immigration crisis that they made, that they created.
So interesting to see how much more diverse ICE is and the police departments are compared to the old Botswana protesters.
Created on purpose. So a massive historic illegal alien crisis. How to respond to that? To massive deportation, because most of these people should never been released.
Well, they need their due process. You skip due process on the way in, you're gonna skip due process on the way out. Sad to say, it's the only way.
In the country, and Mr. Homan,
yeah, he's arguing with him. But then also, someone said, Tom Homan says if rioters don't shut down Delaney Hall, New York, New Jersey, ICE will take those detainees and fly them places like Texas, which means detainees lose the privilege of any family visitation, meaning to say they're going to make their lives worse. But they don't care because they just need to have their social media moment. They're going to protest in the streets. They're going to shout at ICE and say you're racist or whatever it may be. And it's just performative. They know they're not going to stop deportations. They haven't stopped a single deportation since the start of this. The only thing they've done is sacrifice the lives of two, and I mean this delicately, useful idiots. People that thought they were going to start the revolution and stop ICE from deporting people. But sad to say, they hit an ICE officer with their car and they got ended. Or they brought a handgun to a protest, tried to fight ICE agents, and got ended. These are completely avoidable tragedies. I wish they were still alive, but this is all they've accomplished. They have two martyrs. Now they say, oh, we need to be the next good. We need to be the next Preddy. And it's sad because when you think the best thing you can accomplish in your life is being a martyr for a cause that's never going to be accomplished, you've wasted your life. And I want better for you. They will literally argue for a one world government. Exactly, because the same people financing the fight fascism are telling them how good having communism destroy them would be. Let them learn hard lessons. I mean, they are learning hard lessons, but like many people out there that get caught up in this type of stuff, I know from being in places like Los Angeles for a very long time. You go to any college campus, practically every single girl you meet is going to be the Democrat by default. They're led by their emotions. If something pulled on their heartstrings on Facebook or Instagram, they believe it as well. It takes some time because they're well-meaning, but they're not idiots, so they'll learn the errors of their ways. But you'd hope they learn the errors in their ways through small nudges in life experience. Getting their car broken into, calling 911 and saying the police aren't here to stop that type of crime. Maybe to fund the police was a bad thing. You want them to learn their lesson like that, not getting lit up by 5 ICE agents while they're fighting them on the street. People need to get life experience, like they say. If you're young and not liberal, you're heartless. If you're old and not conservative, you're brainless. Take some people some time to realize their parents' backyard isn't the real world. I think Shoe on Head famously said, it's easy to be a liberal, a progressive, when you're living in your parents' backyard in Long Island, New York. It is very easy to become conservative when you live in an apartment in New York City by yourself. You will have a hard time changing the mind of a fanatic gropey, and I'll be honest, it's like, some people, unsalvageable, they're too far bought into their thing. But for the most part, a lot of people just want to live by consensus. Like, I always hate pulling up this thing right here all the time, but it's like, a lot of people live through, if you can't defend yourself physically, you parse information through a consensus filter as a safety mechanism. You don't ask, is it true? You think, will others be okay with me thinking this is true? Makes them very malleable to brute forced, manufactured consensus. If every screen they see says the same thing, they adopt that position because their brain interprets it as everyone in the tribe believing in it. Only high testosterone males can believe, hey, I'll parse information through a is it true filter, not a is it okay that I think this filter. It is, a very, very, dumbed down version of it, but I have that image on my desktop because it's very applicable. Lots of people can't live their life by what they find true. They live their life on, will I get canceled for thinking this is true? And I think, hate her or love her, The people, hate them or love them, the people that did this frequently, that first people thought they were crazy, then people got bought onto it, were Kanye West and Candace Owens. Now, you can disagree with them on a lot of their takes, but I think they've done that frequently, where they'll put out a very, very controversial statement, and then later on people will buy onto it. You don't gotta agree with everything they say, but this is something where only staunch individuals can call it how they see it. In regards to the gasoline and taser around 1930-ish, there was an incident where a police officer tased someone who had gasoline combustible all over them. They tried to arrest him, lighting him on fire. Yeah, I don't think they knew that he had, like, hand sanitizer on him or something. You say you believe those two are controlled ops? To be quite honest, as I navigate becoming more, not famous, but more relevant on the internet where more people know who I am, you can definitely see how people all of a sudden come out of the woodwork and want to put their fingerprints on you. Oh, what about this? What about that? And I'm like, yeah, I still know a lot of genuine people. Some people that I try to affiliate with content creators that aren't in the political sphere. I'll talk to people that are like in fashion, or they're in like, I don't want to out my buddy, but it's like, they're in other parts of YouTube. Oh, they do vlogging, whatever. It's very easy with all those fiascos. Remember that Russia fiasco where one person got them affiliated? It turned out to be untrue, but they were giving money to a bunch of people, and I'm like, as you ascend, more people want their fingerprints on you, not necessarily because they're going to control what you say, but because they want the connection to be able to disqualify what you say in the future. I think that is very, very, it is a very slippery slope, and had I become successful on the internet in my 20s as opposed to in my 30s, I think I easily could have been took for a fool, and I could also have been on some, like, trip to China where they roll out some, like, Chinese supermodel to show me around China. I'm like, yo, guys, China's great. Look at all the people not starving. Look at all the people not worried about social credit scores, guys. I went to China as an influencer, and it was bomb. Everybody was beautiful. The food was amazing. Nobody's starving. Like, I could see myself having the wool over my eyes. The dark web runs our economies. Something's going on right now. Like, I don't get it. I hate the idea that I scroll on Instagram and it's like, oh, the economy's great, the economy's bad, invest on these things. These are all people like snake oil salesmen trying to get you to buy into whatever they're trying to rug pull. But it's like, I don't know what to believe, guys. No, I'm not in my 30s, guys. Like I said, I'm 75. You never want to be middle-aged. You want to either be 31 years old. Oh, I just turned 30. You want to be 31 years old. Hey, you look like you're in your 20s. Or you want to be 75 that looks like you're in your 30s. Anything in the middle is like, oh, okay, he's aging out. He's getting gray. He's getting that male pattern baldness going on. You want to be like it's like, okay, like, I'm not in great shape. But if I said, you would never say, oh yeah, Decoy, he's got a good body. But if I said, I used to weigh 300 pounds, you'd be like, oh my God, Decoy looks amazing. He used to be 300 pounds. He looks like this. Phenomenal. Like, I just say, hey, yeah, used to be 300 pounds, and I'm also 75 years old. That just puts me on a different, I'm put on a different tier chart. Yeah, Decoy's eternal, exactly. No step on snake oil salesman, exactly, that's what it is. Trust me, you don't want to be that age. I mean, as I get older, I just see a lot of my buddies, like I was in a baseball league, I was in a football league, recently, like within the last year, and I'm seeing like my buddy tore his MCL. Gruesome injury, doing nothing. And then all of a sudden on my Instagram reel, I'm seeing people like, oh, they're just doing up downs, and they pop their ACL open. Or a guy was playing basketball, pick up basketball, and he was recording it, and he just takes a short cut from like left to right, and then he tears his ACL and the Achilles or whatever. And it's like, I've never had to warm up before I played a game. I've never had to stretch, but I'm like, yeah, it sucks. It sucks. See lots of knee braces, exactly. I've never had to have a knee brace. Never had to like it. I've avoided all major injury, but as you get older, you start getting a little bit conscious because you see all your peers are like, hey, maybe we can't just join a men's football league next spring because we're old now. You want your cyborg body already? I mean, knowing people that have like replacements of different joints, it's very real. Easy, don't move it. You just don't move at all. Exactly. You'll feel you, dude, you turn 41 this year, but don't say you turn 41. Say you turn 61 next year. And when you meet people, they'd be like, wow, it's amazing. You're 61? You look great for 61. That's the key to life. But What's also going on right now is Nick Shirley was casually walking into New York City, and a man goes unhinged by his presence. And it's sad to say, I think he looks Korean to me. He's going nuts on Nick Shirley, who's just the guy that's known to expose fraud. What's wrong with that? The poor dog.
Yes, you have. I've seen your videos.
You're the worst journalist I've ever seen. But you've seen me. And the poor dog, man. He just doesn't want to be there.
The way you framed it is bullshit. Hey, fuck you too. Thank you. How did I frame it? That was bullshit. There's a bunch of fucking racists over here.
And I'll tell you right now from firsthand experience, whenever somebody starts pulling the race card, you know they're out of legitimate cards. If he had something that he wanted to say, saying your journalism puts these people at risk, or it's actually cut the services of like immigrants receiving healthcare, daycare, whatever it is, like if he had a real card to play, he'd play it because that's a better argument of saying, oh my god, you hurt my feelings because you're against my race. No, he's already going to the race card. He's already lost the argument.
Over here, fuck you. Talk. Can I say silence? Be quiet. Yeah, that's what they want. Obey.
And everybody's calm except for this guy's having a full-on meltdown because he doesn't like a content creator he saw.
That's what they want. What do you want to say? I'm listening. Okay, how am I racist or Islamophobic? So, what, I gotta pull up 90 clips of you?
Yeah.
Me saving taxpayer dollars? Saving taxpayer dollars. You know what, man? Fuck you.
He couldn't say, you're not saving taxpayer dollars because X, Y, and Z. He was like, hey, you're a racist. I fixed the economy because there was fraud happening. He's like, you know what? F you. Like, he doesn't have an argument for it. He's like, if we're not giving my hard-earned taxpayer dollars to terrorists in Somalia, F you, dude.
And get out of New York, man. Stay in Florida. Where are you from? Where do you live? America.
It's like, okay, stay out of New York City. In New York City, we don't care about fraud. It's like he thinks he represents everything. He's making himself look like an idiot. And now he's immortalized himself in this clip of just showing us everything wrong with the emotional left.
What makes you so upset? Fuck you too. Oh, seriously, fuck you.
What did he do? He's so emotional. It's like, why did he say F me?
It's really smart you have a fucking bodyguard.
I mean, because people have been threatening him for his life, so it's great that he has a bodyguard, and it's great that he's been able to afford this. He's doing amazing work out there. But I mean,
you're fucking smart. Yeah, you're right. But there are crazy people like me that don't like racists. That would fucking do something about it.
You would do something about it again. You can't say fight me as you're backing away. Yo, I would do something about it, but I mean, you know, if I wasn't over here, that's how it always is with these idiots.
Oh my god, dude. You want to pull the 90 clips of you? Pull one clip. One clip. Go one. Hey, Nick Shirley, the Islamophobic racist.
Oh yeah, I'm so big and bold I'd do something about it, but only if I get a mob. If I'm alone, I'm afraid and I gotta drag my dog away. And again, he cares more about him pledging allegiance to the leftist activists, the emotional idiots out there, than he does actually caring for his animal. You adopt a dog, you adopt a pet, because you agree to take care of them, to take care of them, to keep them out of harm's way. It's the same way if you saw somebody you hated in the street, but you were there with your kid. You have a bigger responsibility to take care of your kid and keep them out of conflict, keep them out of harm's way, than you are telling somebody a piece of your mind. I should go tell that guy F him. No. He cares more about his mob, the woke cults he knows online, than he does protecting the dog that relies on him for its very short time on Earth. This guy's a scumbag.
Fuck you! Money. You don't have to save us anymore. All I ever showed is where our money's going. Yo, fuck you.
He's like, no, they deserve our money. Fraudsters have earned it. I don't want to be called racist, so F you. It makes you wonder if he's capable of empathy. He thinks that because he says, you know, all love is love and immigrants are safe here and BLM, I can drag my dog all around the street on social media. I'm a good guy.
Not real? Not the way you framed it. Not the way you framed it. Sure is it. Dude, you live in a fucking democracy, man. There's gonna be fucking things that fall through the cracks sometimes.
There's gonna be stuff that falls through the crack. Do you understand? It's okay that they defraud us. I don't want to be seen as racist. Stuff will fall through. It's like, okay, he found the stuff that fell through the cracks. Name the one time Nick Shirley went to one of those daycare centers and there were kids there. Name one time there was an adult daycare. There was an agency that was teaching you how to open up a hospice care or a layering center, and then he genuinely shut down one of those centers that kids were relying on to get their education, to get their daycare. If he didn't accidentally expose one of them or like shut one of those down, he did a net positive for the immigrant community because now we have that money freed up to go to actual immigrants in need. But if that didn't happen, he just says, let them take advantage of us because I care more about being woke than I do, 1, justice, and 2, my dog. Dude wants to pay reparations. There should be a voluntary fund. Oh, trust me, dude. BLM was a little bit of that. I'm too dumb to see them buying mansions and not actually accomplishing any police reform. Let me give them more money.
It's not the way you frame it. How? What have you done different? How do you help society? Oh, I help society? Okay. I want you to go into any leftist organization, show them my photo, they'll know who I am. Okay.
I somehow doubt that you can go to any leftist organization and know who this guy is. No, nobody, and all the times it's been posted, no one said, hey, this is who we positively ID'd. He's a big leader in the leftist movement. No, I think he's a loser that is going to get in trouble for how he's treating his dog. The dog wants to stay with Nick. He sees all this emotion, all this anger and rage, and he's like, wait, there's humans over there that aren't having a menstrual meltdown in the street. Maybe I'll hang out with them instead. It seems like I might be safer with those guys than with you. Yeah, bro, I'll beat you up to prove how hateful you are. Exactly.
I have a fucking rec league basketball game in a second.
I got a rec league basketball game in a second. By all means, I'm an out-of-shape adult that likes to play sports. You don't gotta be in prime shape. And I would understand, I'd rather be playing rec league basketball than getting in an argument with an idiot on the street. But he doesn't see the irony.
Walking the fucking dog. You want me to fucking go through this shit? I'll fucking find you.
I'll find you? Okay, you'll find me? He does not want to go. He's ready to stay with Nick. Yeah.
Wait, you want to say hi? Want to say hi to Nick Shirley? Want to say hi to Nick Shirley?
He does want to say hi to Nick Shirley. You know what? This would be an excellent moment for people to say, hey, look, we got a lot of differences politically, but the dog just wants to have a good time. He's not here for a long time. Nick pets the dog. They share a snack, and then say, okay, we're going to disagree. Have a nice day. That would be amazing, but that's not what happens.
Oh my god, what? Give me one example. Give me one example, sir. Give me one example. Go. Fuck you, though.
Give me an example. Silence and obey. Silence and obey.
Go hang out the leaders, why don't you? Yo, someone's gonna fucking find you. I promise you.
Oh, wow.
For what?
Yeah. Once he got plenty of feet between the two of them, only then is he threatening violence. Very sad that's how they think, and that's how they always go to that. But that's where we are in the world right now.
Great psycho. Thank you very much. Man, I love your work.
It's like one insane psycho is like, it's Nick Shirley, thinking he was gonna get a mob. Oh my god, that's the guy that's been stopping all the fraud? And they're gonna beat him up? No. It has all these fans here.
Great psycho. Thank you very much. Man, I love your work.
Thank you. You're awesome. Can I get a picture of you?
They want pictures. They're fans. They're lining up for pictures. This is the epitome of what America is right now. You have the leftist people that are captured by their emotions. They can't handle to see someone they dislike. Because I'll tell you right now, if this group of people saw Hassan Piker walking around the street, they're not going to be like, what'd you do to Kaya? Or they won't be like, oh, did we deserve 9/11? Like, they wouldn't be shouting and yelling at him, saying someone is going to end you. They'd be like, is that Hassan? Nah, that's weird. Didn't know he was here. That would be the extent of it. Because you know if that was happening to him all the time, like it's happening to Nick Shirley, he'd be crying about it nonstop on stream. But that's where we are in the world. A photo op was following him, LMFAO priceless. I think it was the commotion of the guy arguing got everybody to see, hey, that's Nick. Oh my god, that's him right there. You know, I've had it where, I think it was either I went to see Jeff Dye, which, oh wait, Jeff Dye, I got his poster back there. I was either at Jeff Dye and I was waiting at the meet and greet after the comedy show. No, actually, it probably was Jeff Dye and Brett Cooper. She was doing a, not a stand-up thing, but she was doing a live show. And as I'm sitting there just minding my business, waiting for, to get not an autograph, to get a picture and just to briefly meet people that I find is like, you know, amazing, talented people. Once one person recognizes you, like, oh my god, are you Decoy Voice from YouTube? And it's like, oh yeah, hi. And then they take a picture with you. Other people will line up too, because like, oh my god, I didn't know it was here. Like, they probably wouldn't have noticed you, or they probably wouldn't have wanted to bother you for a photo. But once one person does, you kind of get like a little mini of a line. And it's just, it's nice when this happens. Yeah, Nick's not rattled, he's just doing his thing. Like, it didn't bother him. You say, you like this channel, but you find his AI voice is strange. There's nothing AI about this voice. I'm just a weirdo.
Go say hi to him.
That's him, right?
Yeah.
Wait, more people saying, is that him? Is that him? He's a celebrity, man. Okay. A much more diverse crowd on the right than it is the left, because the left demands diversity of color, but conformity of ideas and opinions. If you don't have all the hive mind ideas, you're forever exiled from the community. The right just cares that you love America and you want to follow the law. That's the only requirements. We don't need you to be Korean, white, black, or whatever. We just need you to be regular.
Oh, you do? Oh, did you see the guys yelling at him?
Yeah, so it's just a regular guy. But then apparently, Nick Shirley goes on Fox, and they found the guy that did this.
He holds like a finger gun up to the bottom of his chin, like you're gonna get shot.
Yeah, I said somebody's gonna find you, then does this and walks away.
Ooh,
and obviously these people, the reason why I actually went back and confronted this guy is because he yelled across the street from me, you're gonna get kirked next. That's what he yelled at me, so I said...
Again, the party of love and understanding and diversity wants you to be ended in a horrific way because we disagree with something politically. Again, don't like Hassan, don't like a lot of his goons that talk trash about me, but I don't want anything bad to happen to them. I don't like Biden, but again, I hope he recovers well from, what was it, he had brain cancer, right? I hope all these people do well and live long lives, but the left can't handle that.
Well, we can't let these people push us around. Like, we have to stand up for yourself.
Good.
You cannot just let these people think they can say that stuff. So I went back over across the street to talk with him, and then you see the interaction right there. And he can't even give one single example about why he says I'm Islamophobic or racist.
Because it's emotions. It's entirely. I can't argue why I feel this emotional, but since I feel this emotional, I'm right. And this is how toddlers act.
But he does just do a lot of yelling, obviously, and can't give any example, and then obviously does this at the end as well.
So he begins your interaction, Nick, by saying you're going to get kirked next.
Scary, terrible.
And then at the end of your interaction, he suggests you're going to get shot with his hand. He says to you in that interaction, show my photo to any leftist organization, and they'll know who I am, as though he is someone of some consequence. So have we found out who is this man?
Yeah, I have found out who this guy is. He's actually an immigration lawyer.
Oh, fuck. Now, it's New York City, so they're not going to disbar him from being like this in New York. It's already almost like a prerequisite for you to pass the bar. Like, okay, give me your biggest emotional leftist letdown or meltdown, and then only then will we give you a license to practice law in New York City. But the idea is, this guy actually has institutional power in the city.
Here in New York City, down by Chinatown, apparently. And like he said, he's very well known in all the leftist organizations. If you show his face, he's obviously involved. I even had a buddy who's also sent me an email saying that this guy had also threatened his life as well.
Oh, wow.
Like, this guy's
Once you know it, violent activist has a history of being a violent activist.
He's a radical.
And he's an immigration lawyer in New York City.
Yes, from what I've seen.
Incredible. Here's the thing, Nick. I saw this video, and I don't know. I think it struck me like, this is insane. The place we are getting on a daily basis.
Yeah, because the world shouldn't be this way. We shouldn't be so hyper-polarized. Like, I expect this out of, like, Knicks fans yelling at Spurs fans. I don't like it, but I expect that amount of tribalism from, like, this guy's a basketball player, a fan, whatever. I expect that, but not based on, like, I hate the Knicks. I hate the Spurs. But the Knicks have never stolen my tax dollars to send it to Somalian terrorists overseas. So, like, I don't despise them at that level. But that's where we are with this. I'm so passionate about giving them the ability to take on money and buy themselves Maseratis that I'm willing to say you should be ended. We take a strange turn.
On a multitude of stories.
Am I sure? I can't be certain the Knicks have not taken my tax dollars and given it to terrorists. I should look more into that.
We're getting to this tribalistic, insane perspective, but then in the course of talking to you, you're always a calm guy, Nick.
Yes.
I would imagine this isn't the first time this has happened to you. Since you first put out your report about what was going on in Minneapolis last Christmas, I imagine this might be fairly regular.
Yeah, I mean, it happens every time and time. I mean, I get approached by hundreds of people when I'm in New York City, and this was just one guy who went absolutely crazy. I walked out of the subway and literally he started yelling at me, and then he said, I'm gonna get kirked. So then I went and said, no, we can't let these guys say this stuff. We can't let these guys bully us.
They're trying to silence you. You're too good at what you did. You're too prominent now. So we need you to be afraid to be who you are. And you saw that with I think it was the UFC thing. What, that people are gonna be there to perform at the White House, and a lot of them are backing out because they're getting too many threats. That's how the left dominates the narrative, by making you too afraid to stand up for your values. Yeah, the dude's own dog is scared of him. Exactly.
And so I went and confronted him again. And these people have nothing to stand on. Like, they can't give you a single example. They are literally radical. Like, it's actually kind of dangerous.
This is usually all it takes to get you to comply, because again, we have this thing up here again where it's like, yeah, they believe things based on consensus. Does the hive mind believe it? If the hive mind believes it, I'm afraid to think on my own, so I'll believe it too. He can get in your face, the average weaker-willed, less intelligent person, and oh my god, he's very passionate about this, so I'm gonna think it as well. Nick Shirley isn't that, and it literally breaks their brain. Oh my god, I'm an Asian guy, and I'm yelling at a white guy saying he's racist, and he is not bending the knee to my narrative and saying, oh my god, let me cater to you. When a minority is speaking, I gotta shut my mouth and listen. He doesn't know what it is to actually have to meet somebody on a free plane of ideas. Ironic as he's an attorney, but again, I don't think he's a good one. Yeah, it is very sad, but kudos to Nick Shirley going out there and actually exposing this, because he got yelled at across the street and actually confronted him. I honestly think if it was me, and I haven't really met a hater in nature yet. Everybody that's approached me has been like a fan or someone that's watched. Typically, they found me through Asmongold. They're just like, oh yeah, I like what you're making, you know, keep up at it. The majority of them being minorities as well, but the idea that I don't know if somebody was heckling me on the street and being mean, that I would go out of my way to make it content. I'd just be like, okay, this is a very, very unwell person that wants to create a physical confrontation with somebody in the real world over something they read on the internet. Because I'll tell you right now, I don't have like bodyguards right now or anything like that. I just know, should somebody want to suggest a physical confrontation, like they want to fight you on the street, you don't want this, but you almost have to take it to the next level before they can take it to the next level, because you don't know them. They're a stranger. You don't know if the guy's out there just trying to be emotional and have an argument with you, or they're literally there to blast you. You kind of have to be very wary of strangers out there. Unwell is an understatement, exactly. You know what I want to say, but still want to be friendly. Like, you want to call out the left for their insanity, and you don't want to stoop to it. Like, I rarely want to make fun of somebody's appearance, their body. Oh, they're chubby. Or like, I think in my 1 year celebration video, 1 million subscribers. No, my 1 year video, I think it was 2024. Recapped. I made fun of Joy Reid looking like she has Trump's hair if it was made by Lego. I really only made that joke the one time because she's a vile person. But also, if we just start clowning on people's appearance and saying, "Oh, you look stupid," or "You're fat," or "You're this," or whatever, like, then it's not about ideas. Then you stoop to the left level where they like try to up the contrast on Trump images and make him look more orange. If he's doing a good job for the economy, people aren't going to care that he looks weird with a spray tan on. Once we stoop to their level, there's no going back. We're not debating ideas anymore. We're debating who's the most Hollywood-looking hair, and to be quite honest, who would care? Like, that solves nothing. People made fun of that one person because she was heavy and she started losing weight. I'll tell you right now, as my grandfather, I probably saw him the first time in like 5 years, and I gained weight. I was always a very, very thin, frail kid. I'll tell you, in high school, I was freshman year, I was 5'8", and I boxed at 115. That's how frail I was a small person or whatever. And then probably when I met him, I saw my grandfather for the first time in a very long time. I was significantly heavier. And the first thing he said is like, "Oh my God, you got fat." And it was like, people were like, "Oh my God, like, don't tell Decoy he's fat, he's fine." But it's like, you kind of need that. You need like, "Oh my God, I have gained a lot of weight." Yes, 115, that's what I was at. But I was also 5'8" at the time. But also like, still. But I was very, very small, always skinny. I think my body is like 100% like a mesomorph. But if it wasn't for fat shaming, probably never would have lost all the weight and got back to like a healthy level, you know? And you were 5'7", 125. I mean, I knew a guy boxed at like 115 and he was 6 foot something. I don't know what it was, but it was like not like 6'7", but he was 6 foot something, and he was like, yeah, he was from, I believe, Cameroon, and just had those like genetics where they're just very, very thin, very thin. Yeah. Wiry, yeah. I mean, I what do you call it? My ape index is out of control. When they say like, you know, your wingspan should be the same as your height, and I think I'm like +5, and then also like my torso is insanely short. All legs, all extremities, very short torso. I don't think it makes you good for boxing. I think it makes you good for your muscle wells aren't that great. It makes you good for like rock climbing. Yeah, you were 6'1" at 130 pounds exactly. Just people are just different. Plot twist: decoys a starfish, but no, starfish are like bulky. They got some mass to them, you know. Gorilla proportions? No, gorilla proportions have like huge chests and back muscles. I'm the type of person that I can't I've never been good at pull-ups. I can't do pull-ups. Like my max pull-up is like maybe 4. I have none of that. It's bad. Decoy. So basically, I'm a spider. Kind of. A lot of good fighters are skinny. I mean, just on I forgot what streaming platform they put all the Creed movies up there, and you always see him fighting like actual boxers. So they got not dad bods, but boxers they're built the way they are, like Canelo or whatever. Creed is built like a bodybuilder, or Michael B. Jordan. It's so unrealistic for this guy to have all this weight on him and just pretty boy muscles. It's not realistic. Oh yeah, okay, so first, we gotta talk about California and what's going on with the election, because things are getting wild. Rahman has now surpassed Spencer Pratt, but in a very bizarre, seemingly unnatural, or non-typical way, we'll say.
By about 3,000 votes into that critical second place spot. If Rahman holds on to her lead, she'll advance to the runoff election against Mayor Karen Bass in the fall. Now, before the ballot dump yesterday, Spencer Pratt posted in part, writing, "We've got all the way till July 6th to keep counting. They're not the only ones who know where to find votes." Now, moments after the new numbers came in, Mayor Karen Bass's campaign
I really wonder if Spencer Pratt all of a sudden found a ballot dump of 100,000 ballots all for Spencer Pratt. Would the Democrats flinch and be like, okay, wait, let's check the voter ID. Let's check all the background. Where do these ballots come from? Who were they? Would they do a full-on audit of those 100,000 votes for Spencer? Or would they just say, hey, good for Spencer. He's maxing out democracy.
Statement attacking Rahman and labeling Rahman her general election opponent, seemingly ruling out a Pratt comeback. A Bass spokesperson writing, "We look forward to winning a contest against an opponent who allows encampments near schools and fights against hiring more cops, yet is MIA on saving Hollywood jobs and fighting back when ICE invades LA." Now,
wait. She wants the easier fight. This is like when a boxer wants to get their record up there, and they would rather fight a bum. She knows Rahman is a bum. She wants to fight her.
On Friday, we interacted with an assistant U.S. attorney inside the ballot counting facility here. The DOJ says he was observing. And the first assistant U.S. attorney in L.A., Bill Asaley, says California has refused to give the federal government its voter rolls
because they signed an emergency legislation Governor Gavin Newsom did right before the election. I think it was just a week before the election, saying feds can't seize our voter rolls and intimidate us. And it was like, wait, it almost seems like you guys plotted this and knew we'd want to look into them first.
And allows first-time voters to use IDs like Jim and debit cards. Yes. Asaley also writes, California allows third parties to collect and turn in ballots on voters' behalf, a practice known as ballot harvesting with few restrictions.
And I'll tell you right now, any apartment I've lived in Los Angeles, you always receive ballots from people that have been there forever ago. It would be illegal to cast those, but I don't know what would they do to stop them. Like, obviously don't do this. Don't risk your freedom to prove a point. Terrible idea. Do not do this. But you really wonder, do they have a way to stop people from doing this? This seems scary. And how many like duplicate registrations are out there? Meaning to say, if 2 of them got cast, how would they know which one was the right one and which one was the wrong one?
This makes it difficult to track who actually received, completed, and submitted each.
Oh, yeah, you say, Decoy, the blind lady counting votes you showed me in the earlier video had you just astonished. It is sad how deep the rabbit hole goes, and they just want you to think, safest and most secure elections ever.
Ballot. Now, Asaley says there are ongoing voter fraud investigations here in Southern California. He points to a recent woman who was arrested for allegedly paying people on Skid Row to register to vote. Bill, Dana.
Matt Finn, thank you. Nice to see
you. Yeah, the thing that never happens seems to happen a lot. But after several days of counting ballots, right off the bat, Decision Desk HQ says, hey, she's now the winner. Literally the second they found a ballot dump that made her winning, she was already declared the number 2. She's the winner to go on to the runoff. The second it happened. This is just like before, I think, what was it? Becerra was even beating Hilton, or it might have been Steyer. I don't know. Before Becerra was beating Hilton, they said, oh, he has less votes than Hilton, but we're going to go ahead and say he's already made it to the primary. It's kind of like that emergency break glass scenario that Newscam talked about is already happening. But they're talking about, hey, this has never happened before. What's going on with this primary where this graph is absurd. Like, is it, No, it's how in the world, election night, I think she had single-digit percentages for her. Early counting of mail-in ballots, nowhere. She got, like, what is it, 10,000 extra votes. She was doing horrendously. But then all of a sudden, when they knew how much ground they needed to make up, she's making these giant jumps. Giant jumps. Just keeps on going, keeps on going. It looks awfully reminiscent of a certain other graph we saw way back in 2020. But Lo and Jen pointing out, hey, it makes no sense, where they said, this means that there's an expected 870,000 votes total. The 2022 mayoral primary only had 646 votes cast. That means LA's population decreased since 2022. But you mean to say in 2026, more people have been casting ballots for an unknown city councilwoman that nobody cared about until now. Well, they don't even care about it now. There's more voter turnout here than ever. It doesn't seem to make sense, but when the mainstream media is out here saying, guys, it's a conspiracy theory if you think this is suspect. Again, we're not confirming anything nefarious happened. We're just saying this looks interesting. I don't know if I trust it, but CNN needs you to know if you think otherwise, you're a bad person.
The president says that it's rigged somehow. It's not. This is just the way they do it. But the thing is, the person who might be most upset about all of this, not a Republican, but the incumbent mayor of Los Angeles, Democrat Karen Bass.
Because the Democrats know they don't care which Democrat they have. If they have the socialists on the left, they got the socialists on the right. They still answer to the DSA or whatever they call it. They still control the Democrat politician. If you bring in a reality TV star that doesn't care that he looked like a bad guy on television for the 4 years The Hills was on the air, whatever that was, they don't control that guy. He can do whatever he wants. He can say, I'm going to bring in the IRS to bust up all the shady politicians. That scares them. Karen Bass may not like this, but the Democrat Party would much rather have the idea that no matter where the coin flips, they win. They knew that if Spencer got in there, they might lose because she can't withstand, 6 more months of Spencer campaigning on her failures.
With us now is Chief Data Analyst Harry Enton. What am I talking about here?
Yeah, this is the dumbest conspiracy theory I have ever heard because the
this guy's usually based too, but it's so bad.
Karen Bass wanted Spencer Pratt in the runoff. They don't want any part to do with it.
She would lose to Spencer Pratt on a free and fair election. Maybe she knows something about ballot harvesting that we don't, but she wouldn't want that. I think somebody was even saying this would be like Hillary wanting Donald Trump, thinking she was going to cartwheel into a victory, not knowing how much populist candidates do, how well populist candidates do.
And why is that? Because just take a look here. Okay, mayor runoff polls, Bass versus opponent versus Pratt. Bass would have crushed Pratt by 18 points.
I don't care about... Remember when Kamala was supposed to sweep Donald Trump? Remember Hillary was supposed to sweep Donald Trump? All of the polls have been notoriously flawed for such a long time. These things, I almost would rather have my horse blinders on if I was running. Say, hey, ignore all the polling because it's done by left-wing activist groups. Just see what people on the street are saying, see what social media is saying, and something as simple as a podcast appearance between Donald Trump and Joe Rogan and Kamala Harris on the Call Her Daddy podcast, that tells you more about the traction you have in the real world. It seems stupid, but it was accurate.
That's what the polling showed. Look at how she does against Nithya Raman, on the other hand. Raman is ahead by 4 points. Bass has a real race on her hand if, in fact, Raman is the one who advances. And, of course, the Democratic establishment is backing Karen Bass. But versus Spencer Pratt,
They don't care. Either one of them is easily controlled by them. Equally shady.
Was crushing him. She wanted to face Pratt. She wanted nothing to do with Raman. That's why these conspiracy theories, simply put, make no sense, people.
Yeah. We're not saying the conspiracy theory isn't coming from her party. We're saying... this has never happened before. It looks awfully familiar to what happened in 2020, and yet it's always there. Now, a lot of people want to talk about this thing about the ballot jump that Raman got. It was like 20,000 ballots, and Spencer got 0. LA Times says it's a glitch.
Was there a batch of votes in LA County in which Spencer Pratt received no votes and Karen Bass and Nithya Raman received thousands? That's the speculation of a lot of folks online.
Again, LA Times has almost zero credibility, but we're open-minded. We're not going to say, we don't like Reddit, so we're never going to look at Reddit threads. It's like, no, we want to dissect what's happening over there. Don't trust them. Well, let's hear him out.
Since Tuesday's primary elections in Los Angeles, it was prompted by some updated figures on media websites, including the Times.
Wait, media, our website, they mean.
Website that suggested there was such an update. I dove into it. A lot of people have been speculating that it's...
We audited ourselves, and there's nothing wrong here.
evidence of fraud. Even Elon Musk tweeted about it. But speaking with the Associated Press, which collects data from LA County and feeds it out to various media outlets around the country, including the Times, it was the result of a lag in an automated collection of the data, in which there was one data collection that captured votes in a single batch of votes for Bass and Rahman, and then about 1 minute later, the collection of...
I really wonder if they weren't going to dump that other batch for Spencer if nobody noticed it. If it wasn't for Elon Musk buying Twitter, then posting about this on Twitter, would they have been like, oh, case closed? Too bad about that glitch.
Rest of that same batch of votes, including a bunch of votes for Pratt and none for Bass and Rahman, which is to say that there was, for about a minute, updated figures on media websites that showed that there was a batch of new votes for Bass and Rahman and none for Pratt, but the votes that were part of that same batch for Pratt came about a minute later. I spoke with a Stanford professor, Justin Grimmer, who went through the data.
Your degrees mean nothing to us. Oh, Stanford professor, you mean the guy that took all the woke DEI courses? Like, they've destroyed their credibility so far that it almost, when you hear the word Stanford professor, I'm like, okay, what DEI nonsense did you inject into the ballots here?
Himself came to the same conclusion. He said there were clearly two updates that split the vote from this single batch, and he said the fraud claims were the result of a lot of people these days watching elections extremely closely,
as we should,
watching these updates on media websites.
What's wrong with this?
The LA County...
Why publish it if you don't want anybody to notice anything?
The elections folks I spoke to also said there is no fraud, but again, there was...
Yeah, Stanford professor equals radical leftist. Exactly.
No batch of votes without any Pratt votes. There was sort of a 1 minute variation between the upload.
There was no batch of votes. It was a 1 minute variation. Every single time they try to have a euphemism for the strange things that happens, they always make it worse. Oh, guys, it wasn't ballot stuffing. It was a 1 minute variation
of Bass and Rahman votes and Pratt votes on some media websites. Officials and others who have reviewed the data say that is not any proof of fraud. There was no fraud.
So they didn't really point anything out, they said it. But the one thing I will believe is, like, okay, don't believe Los Angeles Times. But I do believe the U.S. Attorney, Bill Asaley, saying, there's a claim circulating on social media about an election night ballot update on the Los Angeles Registrar of Voters where one candidate received 0 votes. We reviewed official county records. The claim is false. Each candidate received votes in every update. My office will continue monitoring the election counting process and will follow evidence where it leads. If anybody has credible information concerning election fraud, please send it to their tip line. So, could have genuinely been a glitch. I don't trust LA Times write our story correctly. I don't trust them to get their ballot dumps correctly. But if Bill Asaley's saying, hey, I'm actively searching for this thing, and that was a rumor, I'm inclined to believe this more than anything. Yeah, you believe Trump more than all the mainstream media, exactly, because we don't trust when this happens. It kind of seems like it happened again, but the bizarre thing is, it's not the fact that, let me bring this over. It's not the fact that this looks awfully close to this, like these two things, right? It's the fact that, how did you have, if mail-in ballots are all for Democrats, they send in their ballots and they get them harvested later on, so it's always going to favor them. Why did it only favor the number 3 candidate and not the number 1 candidate? Because if all the Democrat votes come in later, how come this graph doesn't look like this graph? And how come the only person that had like their faucet turned off was Spencer Pratt? It kind of seems like something suspect happened again. This might just be a glitch, but nobody's believing this. This has never happened in the history of United States elections, except for the fact that it has back in 2010. Good job, N Wokeness, finding this stuff over here. Kamala Harris, looking to be the Attorney General of California, had something similar happen, and we weren't aware of it.
4 weeks after the November 2nd election.
Why is it 4 weeks after any election we're calling a victor? We're third world.
California finally has declared a winner in the Attorney General race.
Same thing will probably happen to Hilton. It's happening to Hilton already.
Harris finished so close to her Republican opponent that it took a month to finish counting every...
Why did it take a month, and why do you always stop counting once your person wins? Kind of seems like the moment she surpassed Spencer, they already knew. How do you know that another comeback can't happen? How do you know that Spencer won't pull away anymore? Why did you already call it for her? Seems like they have a formula right now, and it's sickening.
Every vote. She won by less than 1 percentage point.
Interesting stuff that this happens only one way. They've been getting away with it for 10 years, and I think that people are calling it out saying they may have overstretched their hand. It almost seems like they've had a thing where it's like, yeah, we do this thing, ballot harvesting. Maybe not necessarily fraud, but ballot harvesting, lack of voter ID. This seems shady, but it's almost like a check. Like, what are you gonna do about it? This looks very blatant. But what is the Trump administration gonna do about this? They try to throw him in prison. It doesn't seem like he's done anything like that to them. If he's not willing to stand up right here and try to figure this out, they're probably gonna end up doing it again because you see this. What Amy Reichart's saying. Once they get the ballot, it doesn't have any voter information. So if you didn't verify the ID, whatever, the signature, whatever, once the ballot has been cast, it's like they separate the identification of who cast the ballot from the voter information in the actual ballot. Why would you separate the two of those unless you wanted to make it untraceable? It seems like it's done on purpose because, yeah, Bill Melugin calling out, a woman registered their dog to vote and they successfully voted in the Gavin Newsom recall. She got caught. She's pled guilty. The dog was able to vote, but it's because the federal election, the ballots in the 2022 primary was ejected because the feds will look into it, but not the local California voter registration. It's happening, but sad to say, filthy normies don't know about it. Like Stephen A. Smith, he's a sports guy. He's just a sensationalist. I mean, I appreciate him for his sport takes, but it's insane that they're telling him about, hey, what California does with no voter ID, they've been doing it for a while. He's almost floored at the idea that what we've all known about, looking into this, where a dog can register to vote, he's bewildered by it, and that's why it's very important to, share that decoy voice video with your normie friends saying, we have a problem in California.
I think the fact that we don't have voter ID in places like California is extremely unusual in democracies across the globe. There's maybe like 2 or 3 democracies in the world that don't have it. This is just kind of like...
it's not a real democracy if you don't have voter ID, in my opinion.
A standard administrative requirement in a well-functioning democracy. So I think we should just have it. We should get this over. We should move on with our...
He doesn't believe it. He's like, no, you're exaggerating.
Lives. It shouldn't be a big controversial issue.
Okay, Stephen A. Smith, you don't care. But I think it's important to take the temperature of normies. I was a filthy normie, still kind of am a filthy normie, but you got to think about, what does the average basketball fan that doesn't keep up with politics, what are they ignorant to? Not because ignorant is a bad thing, but because you live in a different world. What does a normie not understand of how this is a cheat?
Excuse me for being so ignorant, asking last question. This is definitely my last question. What do you mean you don't have voter ID in California? Could you please elaborate specifically on that for my audience that may not know?
Exactly. Yeah, California does not have voter ID. You don't need to present it to register. You don't need to present it to vote. As a matter of fact, the state passed a law forbidding voter ID. So cities, counties, if they want ID,
it's illegal to show you ID. Illegal to ask for it. Illegal to show it.
They're not allowed to under state law.
What?
We in California, we protect liquor sales more than we do democracy. Let that sink in.
When did that happen?
A couple years ago, because I think it was Orange County, they wanted to have their own requirements, so the state passed a law saying, nope, you're not allowed to. Voter ID is not only not required, it is actively forbidden.
Yes.
Well, that's right. That's it right there. That's why the SAVE Act been proposed. Right there, the state of California. That's what the Republicans going to lean on as an excuse to definitely push forth the SAVE Act. Right there. Right there.
Most Americans, left or right-leaning, want the SAVE Act to be passed. It's garbage Republicans that are blocking it.
I can't believe it. I didn't even know that, sir. I'm embarrassed to admit.
But it's good. He didn't start shouting, you're a racist, how dare you? Some black people don't know how to get an ID. They don't know how to go to the DMV. They don't know what a computer is. No, he just said, hey, look, I was ignorant to it. I'm glad I know it now.
There's a lot of crazy things going on in California, but I think, you are seeing a return to sanity in some ways, and I see it Democrats, Republicans, and independents in California who are saying, we need to do some things differently in this state.
By the way, last thing, that no voter eligibility required. That's Gavin Newsom. Last 2 years, that was Gavin Newsom.
Yes.
Correct.
I kind of think Stephen A. Smith thinks he can run against Gavin Newsom. He's not. He doesn't have a chance, but this might be positioning for that.
Well, so the law saying that a locality cannot have its own voter ID requirement. That was Newsom.
There you go. That was Newsom. That's all I needed to know. Thank you, sir. Representative Kevin Colley, right here with Stephen A. Really
good job on that over there. But it is the idea that all these weird things that happen with votes over in California, was this pre-planned? Is this Governor Gavin Newsom scams in emergency break glass? If Spencer Pratt might become mayor, we're gonna do this.
We all have agencies. We can shape the future. There's still a lot. Look, I've said this before, so I'll repeat it.
He said it a lot of times because he can brazenly admit, hey, if you guys want Mayor Spencer Pratt or a Governor Chad Bianco, we have plans in order to stop democracy from working.
I don't anticipate this need to be the case, but there is a break the glass scenario, and there's many people that have a deep understanding of what it would look like if Democrats were locked out, and we're going to do everything to make sure that doesn't happen. I'll leave it at that. We all have agency.
I wonder if they broke the glass in an emergency because they can't have a Spencer Pratt be mayor because he doesn't care what happens.
If elected, he'll enlist the IRS to audit the city government.
Also, as mayor, I have a good relationship with the IRS criminal investigation team. First week, I'm bringing them in. Here's all the books. Open this up. Let's see all the corruption.
If elected...
Yeah, they want him to be like a reality TV star villain, but actually, he's just a villain to the Democrat establishment. If he's out there willing to say, hey, we're going to look into fraud, and we're going to figure out where the money's going, we're going to have all the government be audited, I think this is like existential crisis. The Democrats don't mind throwing Karen Bass under the bus and have her lose to Rahman because they still control a Democrat establishment political party leader like the mayor. Spencer Pratt might have been not necessarily the end of their careers, but the end of their freedom after all the fraud he probably would have found. Yeah, you got him shaking with that one. That's why I think it was a emergency break glass, and also them overplaying their hand. Yeah, they can make up some stuff and say there was a pipe burst, or the late mail-in ballots. They favored Democrats, but only the third unknown councilwoman. Late ballots they find. It doesn't follow conventional wisdom. It's like, yeah, they know they're overplaying their hand. They know the Republicans probably could find something if they look for it, but they're desperate to do it because it's right now. It's like, you either win or you go to prison. Check James O'Keefe Appropriate. He's been finding them doing fraud. Like we did that other live stream video about the guy that was paying people to register to vote, even though it's super illegal. They caught him with it, and he was like threatening violence with them. And it's like, yeah, it's been happening for such a long time. Some of these people are apparently getting six-figure incomes off only a couple months of work because it's such a lucrative thing to illegally register people to vote, illegally get people to sign ballot initiatives. We have major crime going on in these cities, and yet no one wants to solve them. Giving out candy to bums to sign a petition. Well, I think they were getting something like $50 per signature and giving the bums like a 20. And I'm like, wait, so he's getting more money to just find these people? It's bad. Can Republicans just do the same thing and spike Pratt's numbers because you get thrown in prison forever? They'll find you for doing it. So don't fight fire with fire. Just find the fraud and stop the fraud. But the idea is, I really honestly think that Spencer, should he get to the runoff election in November, he should legally... Now, okay, I think one, Chad Bianco, if he has standing, I'm not certain, he should sue Governor Gavin Newsom for saying they'd have the emergency break glass thing because people didn't want to vote for Bianco because they thought their vote would be wasted. But also, I think Spencer Pratt should have the largest ballot harvesting operation. Like, he out fundraises Bass by, I think, like tenfold. All that money should not go to campaigning. You should just set up live streams in every major city and say, this is my campaign against Bass. Look at all the terrible things she's done to the city. Live stream cameras probably would be free. Old iPhone, set it up, whatever. That's his campaign. Every other single campaign dollar needs to go to ballot harvesting. There's no voter ID, get all that stuff, just ballot harvesting. That's it. And only then, if the Republicans get better at ballot harvesting than the Democrats, only then will they probably outlaw it. Say, okay, this isn't a good idea. This isn't about who has the best ideas. This is just about who's better at gaming the system, and in California's case, it's ballot harvesting. Yeah, Pratt has the best campaign California's ever seen. I think he's the most exciting campaign we've seen in a very long time. Yeah, even if they get caught, the propaganda machine goes full blast. Trump is a fascist. He's a threat to democracy. Judges and juries will be rigged if it goes to court. It never ends. Yeah, exactly. They're going to go after him. Don't ever stoop to their level because they'll highlight you as, oh my God, you are the, this is like the Jussie Smollett incident. If you do a 100th of what they do to your side, you will be the poster child of how bad you're treating that side. It's like, you don't want to treat anybody bad. Just find the fraud, find the law breaking, and fix it. So I do want to cover Austin Metcalf, but let me use a restroom. Just give me like 1 minute. we're back. What's going on? Let's see. Didn't fall in. The video looks something like Quest 2. I mean, it's all made by AI, which is crazy how all the background music we have, all the that artwork over there we use, it's all just by AI because, sad to say, it's hard to work with people you meet online. That you don't know if they're not using AI themselves, and two, you don't know. Oh, here it is. Two, you don't know if they're out-of-country workers themselves, or they are an American worker that is just outsourcing your tasks to an out-of-country worker themselves. It is very sad. You said you've been a digital artist for 20 years, and sad to say, entry-level job, like, simple tasks, saying, like, unless you're I got a buddy that does like, marketing and graphic design for, like, large companies. Unless you're a top-tier person that is managing, like, rebrands of, like, billion-dollar or million-dollar CPG, getting entry-level work is going to be very difficult, I think. I stopped to do some math, yeah. You don't use AI, you abuse AI. Sad to say, it's like, if you don't get good at using AI right now, you're probably going to be out of a job. Thinking, yeah. I heard some fast food drive-thrus are outsourced to the Philippines. 100%. Like, I had a problem with a coffee shop, and sad to say, I knew I was talking with an AI person, not in country, using AI to make them seem like they were in country. And it's almost disgusting. It's like, hey, look, if you're going to outsource, just do it on the surface. Why do you got to make them sound more American, as if it would fool us right now? Was I sinking, or maybe you guys were ascending to heaven? Exactly. That's what this live stream's about. You use Grok to write up your home remodel contracts? When was getting close to 1 million subscribers, and you can't have any copyright disputes on your channel at all. And that's like, obviously, everything I do is fair use. I've never taken somebody else's work and just published it on my channel and said, here it is, and then that's it. I didn't add, like, I had editing, music, commentary. It's my own transformative thing. When I was fighting a big news company, like this is a local news station under the umbrella, I believe, of Disney. When they were fighting me copyright-wise and they were putting a strike on my channel, the Quartering, nice guy, the Quartering actually helped me out, saying, hey, here's where you can look to win these cases, because they're just trying to bully you around. I used AI to write up my rebuttal against them, and I had somebody else submit it for me. But it's like, AI cut out the need to have like a whole paralegal or an attorney's fee to like write this thing up, and it worked too. Hey, the Quartering, he's always been nice to me. He got me on his live stream a long time ago, and then when I've had questions about certain things, he's always been nice to me, saying like, oh, here, like, check this thing out or whatever. I've had questions about other creators, and he's hooked me up with them, so it's like, it's been nice. He was nice to me. Wasn't ABC7, it was somebody else's thing. I won't. Actually, I should slam them, but it was a local, I believe it was ABC affiliate in another state, and in like a 9-minute video, I used 20-minute segments of like their coverage of it, and they copyright struck me, and they said, oh yeah, he just stole our content. I'm like, this is transformative, and I used it to fight this person and also a drone operator, which in all of my time on YouTube, if a drone operator says, hey, use my footage, blah blah blah, like, give me some money, and I'm like, whatever, like, cool, here's some cash, keep doing what you're doing. Independent journalism. But when they just try to come out of nowhere and just strike you and like, oh, this is wrong or whatever, they oftentimes don't understand how the world works. If you post something, especially on social media, it'd be one thing if I kicked down your door, I took down your drone, and I stole your little SD card, and I tried to put up your content as mine. That'd be one thing. But if you post it on Instagram or Twitter, and I use it in my video to talk about the incident, like a bigger picture, like you were documenting an incident, and I'm talking about bigger picture, how politics influences crime, and how crime is influencing the average American voter. That's entirely separate. That's transformative. They don't get that. They just try to strike you. Yeah, two brothers on YouTube would even submit copyright claims on live music where a person was playing a piano or a violin. The thing that annoys me is somebody will they will make you background music, and then later on will claim that background music to say, hey, look, this is my copyrighted works. And it's like, well, you contracted this thing out, but it's a game they play. They sell all their stuff and they say this is royalty free. What they'll do is like they'll have their music licensed to this thing, upload it somewhere else saying this is royalty-free music for YouTube. So you use it because you found it as royalty-free, you put it up there, and they wait for your video to get big. They won't strike it in the beginning. They won't strike you right off the bat because they want you to keep using their content. And once you get to a certain level, you get like 100,000 views, they strike your entire library because they know they can make money off it, and it's too late now. You're too knee-deep into using their content, and it's like, it's just a scam. What? The Mario test? Mario's a effing psycho? That's from that, underground hip-hop song. I forget what that was. Yeah. Donut got a DMCA takedown request from a body cam channel today that he reacted to. It's 100% fair use. Some channels just hate reaction content and don't understand its fair use. Well, some of the channels don't understand how internet traffic works and lookalike audiences help boost your channel's reach. They think if someone reacts to my content and they get 500,000 views to my 200,000 views, they're making more money than me, so that's unfair. I want you to take your video down. Not knowing if that channel has 500,000 views and you have 200,000 views, and a small percentage of people from Donut's channel click the link to look to your channel, once it says, hey, the lookalike audience, your overlapping audience, is Donut Operator, he's got 2 million subscribers, it now will start to put you discoverable to all of Donut's 2 million casual viewers. And now you're in the loop, and that's how your channel blows up, because they see what the lookalike audience is. But if they're always fighting off finding lookalike audiences because they can't fathom he made a little more than I did, they're never gonna grow. That's why when Asmongold, Tectone, or Nux watches my stuff, I don't get any money off of that. I don't care to make money off that. They're reacting. But it programs the AIs and the algorithms to say, here's a shared audience that the algorithm couldn't figure out by themselves, and that's kind of how you gain steam. You now have 7 million? Wait, no. 700,000 views, and next week you'll go up if you're not a punk. I mean, I don't know, like, right now we're building back. I think most of this live stream, we had 1,000 live viewers on an emerging channel, which is pretty cool. But the idea is we came down from like 7,000 live viewers from the main channel, but it's just like, you can't get angry at all that stuff and your numbers or whatever. You just have to realize, hey, the game is the game, and you just have to create good content and almost just ignore what's happening around you, because, what is it? The comparison is the thief of joy. Found me through the Roach King. Yeah, you watch almost every one of my videos and you found me through another streamer. Exactly. That's just the nature of it. Sad to say, unless other people are talking about you in the space, you're kind of a nobody. And I remember the first time, I think it was one of Hassan's orbiters, complained about, I forgot what my video was even about. They complained about me. They complained about Brett Cooper, and I forgot who else. But his thumbnail was him being judgmental about me, and I was there with Brett Cooper, and I'm like, I know it's not good to have a guy hating on you and getting his whole audience riled up to just hate your existence, but honestly, it's very validating to say, hey, nobody complains about a nobody. So once you become a target to them, that's validating that you're making waves. They got to counteract your voice, because otherwise they wouldn't see you as a threat. Yeah, you have gone and subbed to multiple body cams from Donuts, multiple body cam channels from Donuts. Exactly. You need to have that sort of openness to people making more of you. Like, what is it? Abba and Preach. I did a video on Johnny Somali. Probably got 200,000 views. Abba and Preach reviewed my video to, like, on a 25-minute video, like 3 times the length of my video, and got maybe 1.1 million views. They probably made $5,000 off a video I made $200 off of. But long term, it's good to, 1, be acknowledged by people that you respect in the content creator space, but 2, it expands your reach. Maybe add a gimmick to your channel, like wear a Raiden hat. I think me sounding the way I do is the gimmick. I think I get hate comments sometimes. Like, I think I commented on background music video and maybe a shoe on head video, and from, a lot of comments saying, oh, we like you, we like you, we like you, and some people are like, oh my god, it's a guy with a fake voice, blah blah blah, he's so stupid. And I'm like, you think my voice is the worst voice on YouTube, but you've heard my voice. Like, that's the thing, it's like, you have a weird thing about you, and you just kind of roll with it. Yeah, you're an oldie. You found me through the algorithm when I was still with Johnny Somali, and it is very sad that some people saw the gold rush that was Johnny Somali. Just like right now, there is a gold rush with Hassan Piker, where they're just stepping on so many rakes. You can make what Shoe on Head says is diabolical money, covering them round the clock and just making them look like an idiot because people want to see them fail. They want to see them lose. But Johnny Somali's going to prison. Hassan is at some point is not going to have an audience anymore. If you build your career on the downfall of one single person, once they fall, it's a parasitic. Like, once you best them, your career is gone too. Like, oh, we're the viruses, we took over the entire body, but now the body's gone, it's dead. So it's like, gotta be diverse. I'll talk about politics. I'll talk about social issues. I'll talk about crime. We'll talk about body cam footage. We'll talk about, the Celtics. Like, just try to stay diverse. His voice must be broadcast from the rooftops. I mean, yeah. You like that Hassan thinks a suit gives him more credibility? I like the idea that Shoe on Head was able to just lightly roast him for wearing Gucci. So he stopped wearing Gucci, and then he was wearing suits, and then she roasted him for wearing suits, and I think the next episode he stopped wearing suits, and it's like, she has so much control over him. Like, she's under his skin, where he tries to say, oh yeah, we don't care about her, but we only care about her feet, or whatever weird comedy made. But the idea is, if you genuinely didn't care about them, you wouldn't let them dictate how you live your life. He wants her approvals more. He wants her approval more than he wants the approval of his own audience. And that says something. Oddly enough, you found me talking about Reckless Ben. I don't know who Reckless Ben is. You remember when Hassan compared himself to Superman? Yeah, it's a thing. Oh, the Lego guy? Really? I was covering that thing. I was probably the person that was blasted the hardest for not liking that content, because everybody else is making diabolical money covering the Lego content, because it's like hour-long episodes. You can make hour-and-a-half-long episodes reacting to the content, but I was like, this guy seems like he's milking this content. Like, he doesn't want to win the lawsuit. He wants to make long videos that he can expose a cult and make more money off of exposing cult, because that's his whole YouTube channel is. His winners are cult-related, so he's found a cult. What's happening over there? It is sad how the police are shady, but it's like, I'm not a big fan of somebody not just going through the legal process. Go through the legal process. But people hated it. People hated that about me. Donuts chat was wild during that, as so many people took it way too personally and didn't like Donuts' unbiased opinion towards all sides. And that's one thing I just remember is Officer Brandon Tatum. There was one police body cam footage that he reviewed, and I believe Tatum was a former, was he Arizona copper? I forget, but I know he was former SWAT, and he had a very pro-police perspective. And no matter what, without fail, he was going to take their side. And it's like, everybody's blasting him. The cops are wrong in this incident. It's like, yes, objectively, the cops are wrong in this. But you don't watch Officer Tatum for the unbiased opinion. You watch him to say, okay, what would a very, very veteran SWAT copper say about this incident? The same way I'll watch Ben Shapiro, not because I think he's based and he has all the right ideas. I'm like, okay, what is the diehard right going to say about this? You look at Reddit just to see, like, what would the diehard leftist progressive activists would say about it? Like, you want to see all the sides, not because I get my opinions and my virtues and values from them, but because we're not in an echo chamber. But sad to say, sometimes one person can have one bad take to the masses, and they gotta cancel them. You think he was Tucson PD? I think so. Cat putting on a clinic? Wait, are the Knicks playing right now? No, 5:30. 5:30. Well, 5:30 my time. Oh, it was the incident where the cop shoots the old lady that threatened to throw boiling water on him. I think I remember that because I was saying that and seeing the comments of everybody blasting him for it. But honestly, I saw the same thing. It's like, yeah, boiling water may not harm you, but since when is it a cop's responsibility to let people throw boiling water on you? You don't know what's in there. It could be something corrosive that could permanently disfigure you for the rest of your life. But people gave Tatum such backlash on that. But it's like, yeah. Reckless Ben tried going through the courts. Now he has charges. Exactly. Well, the thing that made me lose it with Reckless Ben, not just like, I was kind of like, this video is dragging on too far. He was showing up to the house in like a thong. And it's like, yeah, the guy's ripped and he's buff, so it's good for social media for that clip to be there. But it's like, this isn't helping you win the case. If I was just a regular copper on that beat and I saw this, mentally, even if you're not a shady copper, you're showing up, homeowner, guy in a thong with a whole bunch of cameras around him. You're automatically going to start to side with the homeowner in that scenario. So it's like, I understand what he's doing a fine, good job at it, has all the attention on him, and he's making great content that he's getting paid for. But again, I was taking it from the perspective of, if he's trying to win this case, he's hurting it for his buddy. Decoy go on the whatever podcast are fresh and fit and yell at people. It might go viral. I don't want to go viral. Here's the thing. It's unsustainable to go viral. I could have a crazy moment where I'm on whatever podcast and I'm making somebody look dumb. You'll get a boost in viewership. because they want that drama. It's like, you don't ever try to lean into drama like that. We know creators that have leaned into drama like that, and it's backfired horrendously for them. But the idea, if my purpose of being on the internet isn't to create high contrast drama moments that I can form for the eternity, then why start a career? Why lean into a career that's going to rely on that later on? That thong part was kind of funny, but I agree. Some things he did were not exactly helping. Also, he said he sued and already won. Exactly. Like, a lot of people just don't understand that we have a legal system, not a justice system. You can be in the right. You can even win in court. But if it's not legally enforceable, like, you can't draw blood from a stone. If the guy sold the Legos and spent the money shadily, doesn't have the money anymore, even if you win in court, sometimes you can never collect. It's a broken system, but it's like, we don't live in a Pixar Disney movie. Sometimes you just get ripped off. There should be recourse, and you should try to figure it out, but showing up in a thong is going to do that. It was branded, and he did 4D chess them, but everyone says they were wrong. It's quite resounding. It's actually weird as F to have something everyone agrees won. I don't know what that is. But also, he's made more money in AdSense revenue, building his career, and having that GoFundMe. He's won several fold, and I agree. Tactically, being outrageous and making, like, you know, the YouTube vlog style of this case has netted him. It's made him far more a winner as if he went to court and said, "Hey, you owe me $200,000 a Lego." Court orders and pay $200,000 a Lego. He recovers $80,000 of it, and all he has is $20,000. So here's the cash. No, everybody would take the YouTube career, the unlimited AdSense dollars, and also the GoFundMe that overshadows the lost Legos. They need the money for the owner of Legos to pay for his cancer treatment, pretty sure, which is horrendous. But again, they got that money and more. Yeah, you agree the cops are corrupt, but you're not a fan of the content style. The only good thing I see from that is sometimes sensationalized content is the only way you can get justice. If it was a dry decoy voice video saying, "Hey, these cops are shady," gets 200,000 views, nobody cares. If you make the sensationalist thong content showing how shady these cops are and how corrupt they are, it gets 5 million views on your channel, an additional 10 million views on Asmongold's channel, an additional 10 million views on Penguin Zero channel. Now you got some steam and people are noticing. Now you just got to get that Rotten Mango girl to pay attention and post about it too. Now you have what is the equivalency of, like, when, who's that guy? R. Kelly. He had been doing those horrendous things for a long time, and only when they had that documentary series, Surviving R. Kelly, did the law say, wait, everybody's upset about this thing. We're gonna look bad if we don't throw this guy in prison. So only then he was like, I'm trying to spend time with my kids, and they threw him in prison forever. Sometimes sensationalized documentary series are the only path to justice. Rotten Mango is a podcast girl. She used to be a mukbang channel. I'm pretty certain, I might have this wrong, but Rotten Mango was plugged into the Mr. Beast Daryl Eves network, changed her channel, like her content strategy, and blew up. Like, if you look at any top 10 podcast overall, Rotten Mango just talks about true crime. Well, I believe, like, her boyfriend's just off camera. She is, like, typically top 3 podcasts overall. Like, above the Joe Rogan, above the Caller Daddies. Like, she is killing it. And it's like, I remember I covered Johnny Somali forever, but she covers Johnny Somali to, like, normies, to, like, a huge female audience, and that's what pulls in normies to know about your crimes. And it's like, you need somebody that is bigger than the news cycle. Now, I don't know how to phrase it, but it's like, if I say something about the news, whatever, like earthquake in Philippines, I report on it. Nobody reports on what I say about the earthquake in Philippines. But if Elon Musk, Joe Rogan, Asmongold, or Rotten Mango, they have commentary about something, event that happened, people report on Elon Musk says blank. You gotta be bigger than the news cycle, and once you get to that level, then you're making waves. She does very long form stories. She's very good at it, yeah. You said girls have it easier when it comes to YouTube. The one thing I will say is, you're weighed differently for what you provide, and a lot of times what a girl will provide to something is, like, their attractiveness. Like, I'll say Brett Cooper is her success was very contingent on how much of a attractive girl she was. But she could not be just an empty shell attractive girl without the personality, without her intelligence, without her energy and her being light on her feet, and also just having really base takes on everything. It was both of it, but I think when you do that, like, I can come out bummy. Like, this is me t-shirt, backwards hat, my hair's fucked up today. Like, you can just kind of show up. But if you're somebody that is known to be a pretty girl, there's no rolling out of bed to make content. You gotta doll yourself up. You gotta have a cool outfit. People are expecting it of you, and it makes it more difficult because you have to have both of it. I think G Unit had the best example of why it's easier to make rappers than R&B stars, because rappers are like, yeah, if you want to go on tour as a rapper, you get a fresh white tee, a diamond out bling chain, and a fitted cap, and you're good to go. If a girl wants to go on tour, you need to have designers, you need to have different wardrobe changes, makeup artists, hair artists, sometimes it's wigs, like it's expensive. It's a whole production to get you on there. Guys can kind of look bummy, throw on a white tee, throw on a chain, and all of a sudden he's cool. Yeah, you love Rotten Mango because it's just different content out there. Sam Brett's a bad example. I would say maybe it's like a, who was out there that was just known for being pretty? Didn't have anything, didn't provide anything beyond being pretty. I don't know. But I would say is, it does help you out being pretty, because I just say thumbnail design is half of it. If you are a content creator and you look like AOC, you're gonna have a whole lot easier time if you're a content creator and you look like, Nancy Pelosi. One thumbnail is a lot more attractive for people to click on than the other, and that's just the way the world is. Oh yeah, Pokimane, exactly. Pokimane, you're, get the other ones. But it's like, you're minus one thing out of the equation and they're not as popular. It's still the same thing with Brett Cooper. There's plenty of based, very talented content creators out there that maybe not necessarily as good as her, but they'll never be as successful as her because she's just so much of like the ideal, what do they call it in baseball, the 5-tool player. You know, if a guy can field, he can hit, he's got power, he's got contact, yeah, he's got speed. It's like she had pretty much everything you needed to build your ideal content creator, and none of it was fabricated. It was just innate talent she had, and people bought onto it fully because she was genuinely like that. Like, I think the idea that some people say, oh, Brett fell off, it's like, no. Brett was a conservative content creator who was she was huge because she was genuinely a conservative content creator. If you follow her on Instagram, she's like homesteading. She's got her baby, she's got her farm, like she's still making content, but her priority is her baby, her husband, her farm. Like, she's about that life, and this is her success. Why are people confused by that? Mid and vaguely Asian equals 5-tool player. I will never understand how. When I was younger, we called Wasians, we were Happas. We're Happas. We're half of this, half that. Happas. But now Wasians are like, they're like the most popular thing out there, and now they're even dividing Wasians amongst each other, where there's a Wasian where it's commonly Asian mom, white dad. Those are called factory farmed Wasians, and now they're calling Asian dad, white mom, ethically sourced Wasians. And I'm like, wait. There's not even that many of these. Like, we just need to appreciate it for what it is. But now they're going to war with each other. It's a whole thing. It's like, guys, chill the fuck out. Like, stop it. Popular to who? The Wasians or Happas. They're popular to video game guys that are chronically online. That's what they like. Don't. Yeah, you say you're ethically sourced. Exactly. Why is there infighting on this thing? Practically all the same thing. Is that not blatantly sexist? It is. Stop it. Get some help. Exactly. We're all humans. Some may be lizards. Exactly. But okay. We're having a lighthearted conversation, but we gotta talk about Austin Metcalf, Carmelo Anthony. It's getting bad. The trial is actually showing probably exactly why they didn't release there's footage of the murder. They're refusing to release it because I think it would cause riots.
Before he allegedly stabbed Austin Metcalf to death inside that track was touched first before he allegedly stabbed Austin Metcalf to death inside that track meet tent. Jurors also hearing the 3.5-inch pocket knife believed to be the murder weapon is legal to carry in Texas. Correspondent Brooke Taylor.
But I don't know if you're allowed to bring it on campus.
Reporting live from McKinney, Texas on all of this for us. Hi, Brooke.
Hi, Sandra. Well, we are expecting some sort of update any moment because jurors were supposed to return from a lunch break at 1:30 Eastern time. It's now 2:50 Eastern time, so this delay going over an hour right now. Some of the major questions we have: is the defense close to resting, and will Carmelo Anthony take the stand?
And I heard that the defense didn't even want to. They didn't want to have to testify. They're like, okay, we're done. The prosecution had their witnesses. I was hoping they would read what the witnesses said, but maybe they can't divulge that, and we're just seeing rumors online.
And testify in his own murder trial. Well, the defense has been arguing that Anthony stabbed 17-year-old Austin Metcalf in self-defense, and supporters have claimed that race is a factor. But inside the courtroom, jurors have heard testimony that paints a very different picture. Today, the defense called a school police officer to the stand who testified that knives under 5 inches are legal to carry in Texas. But the defense asked, it would surprise you if schools had policies against such things? The officer said, no, it would not. Yeah. And one of the defense's own witnesses during cross-examination said, quote, I think Carmelo was in the wrong.
Yeah, because the defense didn't want to testify. I think they wanted to go right to, what is it called? They wanted to be over. I forget the phrasing.
Prosecutors asked, did Carmelo Anthony provoke the confrontation? He answered yes. And on the prosecution side, jurors heard from student witnesses who described Anthony as the aggressor, saying he refused to leave their team's tent after Metcalf repeatedly asked him. A 16-year-old witness testified that, quote, Anthony repeated, F y'all, I'm not going to leave. He said Anthony also threatened, touch me and see what happens, while Metcalf told him, quote, I am not going to fight you.
Kind of sounds like he was there to provoke the fight and was already trying to see if he could say, I want to have self-defense and I'm going to end you. Maybe he didn't think he was going to end him with a 3-inch blade, but I mean, it kind of seems like the witnesses there, they said he had his hand in his backpack and said, move me, what are you going to do? I'm not going to leave, F you all. And it's like, yeah, this doesn't sound like self-defense. It sounds like you had initiated this thing and it's not going to end well.
Again, we're expecting some sort of update any moment since jurors were supposed to return to that courtroom over an hour ago. Reporters have not been told yet what this delay is all about, Sandra.
Got it. Keep us posted. Brooke Taylor there in McKinney, Texas for us. Thank you. John?
All right, let's bring in criminal defense attorney Donna Rotuno, host of the Crime and Justice podcast and the Fox News contributor. You know, Donna, the first rule of cross-examination or even direct examination in a trial is never ask a witness a question you don't already know the answer to. And let's put that back up on the screen with Brooke Taylor.
That's probably why they didn't want to testify.
Just told us about. A witness was asked by the prosecution in cross-examination, and the witness said, I think Carmelo was in the wrong. Prosecutor said, did Carmelo Anthony provoke the confrontation? Witness said, yes. I don't think the defense knew that was coming.
They absolutely did not know that was coming, and that one question could really turn the tide here. I mean, at the end of the day, I never thought that this case...
What I don't understand is, Chad, correct me if I'm wrong, didn't he, like, fundraise $1 million from his GoFundMe, which is sickening in the first place? Like, why would he say, hey, he murdered a guy, or allegedly murdered a guy, we need $1 million? Like, what? Oh, no, I'm sorry, $500,000, thank you. $500,000, $600,000. How come he doesn't have a better defense? How come he got a jury that was all white? Like, they keep on saying they kept on contesting the jurors that were black because they wouldn't unbiasedly sentence him had he been found guilty. But you gotta wonder, like, $600,000 should be able to finance a better attorney than what he got.
Rose to the level of self-defense. This is a sad, awful, tragic circumstance where a young person made a really horrible decision, but decisions have consequences, and I think we're going to see that the self-defense claim is really not going to hold water here.
I mean, this changes everything.
It does. Well, it does. I mean, I think, though, that the prosecution's witnesses laid this out pretty clearly. I think the prosecutors did a very good job calling witnesses. They stuck to the facts. They asked the pertinent questions.
Did they play the video? Because there's a video of the incident, right? From the school. Here's a public defender? Yikes.
Didn't allow witnesses to kind of go all over the place, and most of the witnesses did testify the same way. So, and remember, you're talking about 17-year-old kids at the time, and they're watching what happens. Emotions are high, but I think at the end of the day, they do want to get up and tell the truth, and I'm sure the defense was not...
Okay, they have not released a video publicly, but they showed it to the jury, so there was nothing getting them out of this then. If the video is as bad as we're thinking it is, the case was open and shut. I'm surprised they didn't offer a plea bargain earlier.
anticipating that answer, but the prosecution asked the right question, and they definitely got the answer they were looking for.
So they had that police officer, Donna, on the stand who said that carrying a knife under 5 inches is not against Texas law, not illegal. It's probably, though, against school policy, which I believe it was. So he was on school property.
No question.
I mean, what argument is the defense looking to make here? That yes, he was on school property, but school wasn't officially in, and therefore the rules are different. I mean, what are they trying to get at here?
Well, I'm not really sure. I don't think it really matters, right? Whether you could have the knife legally doesn't mean that you could use it in the way that it was used. So I think the argument is almost like a red herring. The school obviously has policies. You cannot bring weapons to school. I mean, guns are legal in Texas too, and you can't walk into the doors of schools with weapons. So at the end of the day, I don't think that this argument really makes any difference in terms of whether or not Carmelo Anthony had the right to use the weapon. Whether he could have had it on his person or not really isn't the issue.
Our good friend Paul Morrow offered this on the crime.
Carmelo Anthony is in the opposing team's tent for no good reason. Number two, he's armed with a knife. All right,
And there was other reporting saying that he knew he was in the wrong tent. He was allegedly just trying to provoke a response out of them. Like saying, oh, at my school, we don't have to do this, but then you're not going to tell me to move. And we've seen, not necessarily from, this specific incident, but we've seen people going in places they don't belong and just getting they're getting, offended at the idea that somebody would tell them, hey, the rules are different here. You're not supposed to be here. It's like, no, I do whatever I want. This sense of entitlement is getting too much.
Are not in dispute. Those are facts. Then we get the testimony. He's there. He's asked to leave. He doesn't want to leave. He says, touch me, you'll find out. According to the testimony, then Austin Metcalf puts a hand on him, gently shoves him, and then he reacts, reaches in, pulls out this knife. Why he had a knife at a track meet is going to be a big issue.
Yes.
You bet it is. Donna.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that he's armed is obviously the issue, and whether or not he had a right to have it legally on his person or a right to have it at school, I don't really think makes a difference. I mean, the argument for having the knife...
Yeah, the rules may be murky, but the rule is you don't stab somebody, so that's the one we care about.
Doesn't go to whether or not that's a separate crime. The argument having the knife goes to what his intent was. Why are you bringing a knife, and does that then rise to the level of a murder that's more serious than just some, provoked action that maybe you act in a way that you're not thinking about it, and it's more of an emotional reaction or sudden provocation.
So one of the key issues here is whether or not Carmelo Anthony should have been in the opposing team's tent. Obviously, during football season, that's something that you don't do. But the defense had a witness on the stand today who said, look, at a track meet, things are a lot more laid back. It's not unusual for opposing team members to wander into the other one's tent.
Because a lot of times, I'm not saying I know anything about this particular incident, but a lot of times the kids know each other. They go to the same house parties. They transfer between schools, especially if they're athletes. Like, they might be buddies and just walking from tent to tent, which is fine. But if someone tells you, hey, look, we're doing something here, go back to your own tent, you don't reach into your backpack, grab your knife, and say, oh, what the F are you going to do about it? Like, that seems like it's premeditated.
Here was, did Carmelo Anthony enter the opposing team's tent, and did Austin Metcalf take issue with that, try to push him out of the tent? I mean, this witness that they had on this morning that says it's a lot more casual, what kind of effect do you think that might have had on the jury?
Well, I think it's interesting, right? Because most of the prosecution witnesses testified that he shouldn't have been there. Everybody kind of has their own places. So this witness today that said it was more friendly and you could come in, that didn't really seem to be the tone of the prosecution's witnesses, because many of them said he was asked 15 times to leave and he never left. So I'm not so sure.
Probably I'm guessing because he had the knife and thought he had some sort of, he wasn't going to be told to do anything because he brought a weapon.
That really matters in terms of the crime itself. I think what it does do, though, is it paints for the jury the picture of what was going on in that tent and why Mr. Anthony would have pulled a knife out of his bag. He was obviously upset. He obviously didn't want to leave. And I think that they're trying to show that he knew exactly what he was doing when he put his hand inside that bag.
Oh, boy. All right. Donna Rotuno with the very latest. And
tragic.
Which has come out of that. Absolutely tragic. Donna, thank you.
Thank you, Donna.
Yeah. And it's sad because the more you see about this is, I don't know, I think this is the same thing. Where the defense arrests, is this the same thing?
Martha, at any moment we are expecting some sort of update. That's because these jurors were let out on a lunch break. When they came back, there was a delay for more than an hour where they didn't let the jurors and reporters back in the courtroom. Reporters outside the courtroom said they saw prosecutors go in and out, and Austin Metcalf's mother and father also go inside the courtroom. Just a few minutes ago, jurors and reporters were allowed back in. Refreshing my phone here, we have our producer also all on standby, waiting to find out what this delay was all about.
But he's taking a plea, Chad, right? He's taking a plea saying, we're not winning this, and hopefully getting the charges turned down.
Anthony is charged with murder after admitting to stabbing 17-year-old Austin Metcalf in the chest during a high school track meet last year. Investigators say the confrontation started after Anthony was sitting under a tent belonging to Metcalf's team. Witnesses testified that Metcalf repeatedly asked him to leave. One witness said that Anthony was asked to leave about 15 times. So far, the defense has called up 6 witnesses, including one teen who said this during cross-examination. Quote, I think confrontation from more than a dozen student witnesses.
Oh, yeah, wait, so did we see this? Oh, yeah, here you go, this is new.
Was important. More than a dozen student witnesses who described Anthony as the aggressor, including an 18-year-old student athlete. This was important testimony because he knew both Anthony and Metcalf and even previously hung out with Anthony. He testified, quote, Anthony said, you will have to move me. Austin put his hands on his back. I saw Carmelo's hand go in the backpack. We're at a track meet. I wouldn't expect anything to be in there. Carmelo said, touch me. You'll have to move me and find out, trying to provoke me again. We are just waiting to find out what that delay is. As soon as we have that answer, we will bring it to you, Martha.
Yeah, when every eyewitness says the same exact thing and it lines up with common sense / logic, it should be an easy case. That's why I think he's got to go into a plea.
All right, Brooke, thank you very much. Let's bring in Josh Ritter, criminal defense attorney, former prosecutor, and Fox News contributor. Josh, obviously, Brooke is waiting. We're all waiting to figure out what this delay is as we wait for the defense to continue their part of this case. Any thoughts on what might be happening here?
At this point in the trial, my first instinct was perhaps they're talking to Carmelo Anthony about whether or not he wants to testify. And sometimes that takes some time. He has to confer with his attorneys, even if it's at the last moment, him making a decision. The judge also has to advise him of his rights, that he has a right to testify. But then hearing that the Metcalf family has been brought inside the courtroom along with the prosecutors, this could be last-minute plea negotiations. I mean, things like this do happen. We're at the end of the prosecution's case. We're hearing that the defense case may not be going as they had hoped and planned, and perhaps they're looking for some last-ditch effort to try to spare him a lifetime in prison.
Interesting.
Yeah, I wonder if his attorney's saying, hey, you're probably facing life. If there's anything we can do to salvage any of your freedom, like the possibility of probation with a plea, maybe we just do that and save everybody any more grief. But I mean, I think it's sad. But okay, this is horrendous in itself. But the crazier part about this is how many people are protesting on behalf of Carmelo Anthony, and how they don't necessarily have a he's guilty or he's innocent or he was doing self-defense. It's just race for them. It almost seems like they're just happy that a poor victim and his family are harmed from this. Like, they just want it because all they do is see things through the lens of race. And it's actually kind of horrifying that we live amongst racists that wish this.
If evidence does come out that Carmelo was not in fact fighting for his life when he stabbed, if evidence does come out that Carmelo was not in fact fighting for his life when he stabbed and killed Austin Metcalf, do you think that the black community will accept that?
If evidence shows that he did not, no, we're gonna stand by ours regardless. They stand by.
And we saw this same thing with Breonna Taylor, where I'm sorry, not Breonna Taylor. Was it Mike Brown? I'm getting them mixed up in my head, where they said later on they found out that the evidence was they weren't an innocent this thing. They actually were involved and were, it might have been Michael Brown, I think. But it was when, no, OJ, it was, I forget which guy, I want to get it right. But I think it was when they found out that it was actually, I think it was Michael Brown was actually reaching for the officer's weapon and wasn't hands up, don't shoot. They say, we don't care about the reality. We're just about the rioting, the looting, and the police that are shady.
Theirs. We're gonna stand by ours regardless. I'm a mother first. I'm a black mother. Let me put that on there. I'm an African American mother.
So it means that she's actually openly admitting she's a black mother. So if her children were to commit some sort of atrocity, she wouldn't care because she's tribalism first over justice. It was Mike Brown, yes.
So I have to put away my color first and step into the motherhood. Nobody wants to see their child slain. She
can't fathom being the mother of Austin Metcalf. She literally can't imagine her son not committing the murder. Like, this is very telling of where she sees herself, because I feel like a lot of people, when they see a police body cam interaction, they're soft snitching on themselves. Do they see somebody enforcing the law? Do they take the side? Or not necessarily body cam. When they see somebody like, a horrendous murder was committed, do they see themselves as the innocent victim, or do they see themselves as the murderer? And it's almost like self-snitching of, if you mentally take the side of, well, maybe you had a reason to kill the person, we know what you had the propensity to do.
I do want to send prayers to Austin Metcalf, their family.
Yes.
But at the end of the day, I got to think like, okay, what did you do to him or whatever to cause this to happen, to react?
I do not believe in a single instant that if her son was murdered, she would think, okay, yeah, he was killed and I lost my son. You love your son. But what did he do to deserve the murder? Like, I refuse to believe that's where her brain would go.
We got to start taking accountability for our kids. Because then again, if my kid, that's why I said catch-22, if my kid was Carmelo and I feel like his back was up against the wall, I'm going to tell you straight up, better mine than yours.
And there's the race thing. She's like, I'm taking race out of it. No. You already sided with him because you started with as a black mother. Yeah, she is disgusting.
Better mine than yours. So either way it go, everybody loses. A black boy.
Yeah, everybody loses if all of a sudden riots take to the streets, kill more innocent black people, and loot your local Starbucks, and throw bricks through your local Target, and they shut down, and you end up with a food desert in your hometown. Everybody loses there. But only one family loses if you just lock away the murderer forever. Like Austin Metcalf's family loses. Maybe you lock away a murderer that shows up to a high school campus saying, "Move me," while placing his hand on a knife.
Allegedly murdered, and I say allegedly, heavy on the allegedly, allegedly murdered somebody. You see what I'm saying? So yeah, this is about race. Because if the shoe was on the other foot, they wouldn't give a damn.
Who wouldn't give a damn?
Let me say this. Let's say the community.
So like if Carmelo,
I'm pretty certain when George Floyd died, the white community marched in unison. You probably had more white marchers than you did black marchers for BLM. You're trying to be condescending to them, but there was a large movement for that.
Anthony was the one stabbed and killed by Austin Metcalf.
They wouldn't give a damn.
I come out here every Thursday and we pray for people.
And she's like, saying like, oh, people wouldn't care. Sad to say, she would not be out there, that mother. She would not be out there had it been a black guy stabbed Carmelo Anthony. That happens an awful lot. It's a tragedy when it happens every time. Look at Chicago. But you never see them, the Black Panthers, showing up, marching against a black man murdering another black man. Very, very sad.
I don't give a damn.
I come out here every Thursday and we pray for people going to court because we know this is the final frontier of racism and it's legalized here.
What?
It was announced yesterday that there's no black jurors that were chosen. What are your thoughts on that?
It's not necessarily about race on that. It's about the individual jurors that, when questioned, were refusing to give an unbiased opinion about sentencing. I don't blame a race. I blame those specific jurors for not getting through the selection process.
That's why we need God. That's why we need God, and that's why he's going to show who's in control.
And would you be open to giving us your personal insights into the Carmelo Anthony trial and what your thoughts are on it?
I just want justice done. You know,
fair.
We know nobody go to a track meet to murder anybody. Okay, come on.
Maybe sometimes they do. I'm not saying, but maybe sometimes they do. I wouldn't just throw that out there as if it's not a possibility.
That's an accident, self-defense. That's what it was. I'm not saying the kid should get off free, but first-degree murder? Come on. Basically, he's facing the wrong charge for the crime that was committed.
I honestly could see it as being downgraded to manslaughter, where he meant to harm him, like heat of the moment type of thing. He didn't show up to do it, but when it presented with it, so I could see it being downgraded like that. And also with that blade, I don't know, like, I wonder if you can prove beyond a reasonable doubt he showed up that day to do that kid in, having not known him, to my understanding.
Do you think Carmelo is innocent? Do you feel like it's been an unfair response to what happened to Carmelo Anthony?
I feel that the justice system always over-respond when it comes to us. So definitely, I mean, you look at the charge. It was self-defense. He was wrestling with two.
Again, he hasn't seen the video, but he's already come up with a verdict for himself. Very scary that he's a community leader.
Guys, I don't know what the parameters of it, but it was two people. So, you know, 2 against 1, that's self-defense.
Again, you hear their opinions because you want to hear what the other side says. But sad to say, Savannah Hernandez was amongst these protesters of justice, saying one of the most shocking things I witnessed today was this woman in pink screaming, "You're gonna end up like Metcalf. You're gonna be pushing up daisies." I caught the tail end of her saying this to Metcalf supporters in the clip. I also witnessed several Carmelo supporters get extremely aggressive when any media tried speaking with them. Why does this thing keep on playing? Link below, and immediately they'd say, "We told y'all to stop coming the F over here." At one point, I started warning every reporter who was trying to speak to the group, as earlier, another local reporter had tapped the shoulder of the man who led their chants. This man immediately squared up and acted like the reporter had punched him. Exactly. Almost like they're looking for a fight. I've been covering protests for 7 years, and this is some of the most violent and racially charged rhetoric I've ever encountered. And here's the thing is, they're basing this thing on race. They're basing it saying, you're going to end up like Metcalf. And I think the same thing that happens with, like, immigration, where moderate political activists, not activists, like moderate people, like moderately conservative and moderate liberals just say, hey, should we be providing asylum to refugees? They see it as, like, you know, a political thing. Should we be doing this or not? But some of these people coming over the border are fighting essentially a holy war. They're here because they think they need to make America their religion. We're coming from the Middle East, and America is violating the rules we receive from God. So we need to come to America, colonize you, and make you live more modestly. The women are showing too much skin. This is a holy war from them to come over here and forcibly convert you. The same thing is happening with this scenario, where a lot of moderate people are just here to say, hey, look, was this self-defense? Was this premeditated murder? And the other side is, this is a race war for them. And it's like, we can never find commonality with people where it's like, hey, we're just looking through legalities and trying to find common ground. You can't find common ground with someone that is fighting a holy war or a race war against you. I'm not trying to radicalize anybody against this, but it's one of those things of, you're trying to have a civilized conversation and hear him out. You just gotta ignore them. You're never gonna get useful input from somebody that sees you as an enemy combatant. Because this one guy said, they were yelling crackers and everything. They say, this guy's Jacob Blake Sr. He's been mad since 2021 when cops shot his son and paralyzed him. And since then, he's become an extremely hateful man who tours with BLM-fronted groups. And it's like, I didn't even realize Jacob Blake was even still a thing. Didn't they realize it wasn't? Remember, the narrative in the beginning was, Jacob Blake just showed up and saw two women fighting. Jacob Blake called 911 and said, hey, I'm trying to stop this fight, and then the cops shot and paralyzed him. Like, that was the narrative in the beginning. And then later on, they realized, oh no, correct me if I'm wrong, chat, but didn't he say he was there, this was his ex, they had kids together, he had digitally ordered her on a previous occasion, and the court testimony is disgusting what he did. And then, when he got shot and paralyzed, he was in the process of kidnapping the kids. He had already, I think he body checked the one cop on the ground, and he was actively reaching for a knife in his car with the kids inside, and that's when the cops, unfortunately, fired upon him and paralyzed him. Kamala Harris went to the hospital and told him, I'm proud of you. But it's like, I thought you guys were all about, like, you know, women's rights and stopping people that would abuse them and kidnap their children and assault them and then try to fight the cops. Like, why would he become the hero? And yet you still have this guy platform, the father, that probably got donations based on that atrocity that his son committed, and now he's like the face of this thing. You can't have a civilized conversation or debate with a zealot, a perpetual victim. It is their entire identity, and any questioning of it threatens their entire view of self. Exactly. If you attack the narrative, you're attacking them as a person, and then it becomes personal, and you can no longer have a conversation about ideas, virtues, and values. It's all about, you're making me feel bad as a person. Now I'm screeching and yelling. So sad these situations get more ignited than diffused. Education gets snuffed into hate, fear, and propaganda. That poor young man, so sad beyond words. Exactly, because now it's become more than just a murder trial. It's become about race, and sad to say, I don't know if they're going to get steamed like the BLM riots, but probably wouldn't be surprised if some poor business got burned down because this murder trial doesn't go the way the racists want it to. What do you say? Koreans were enslaved for 2,000 years back in 2046. Oh, no, 246. You don't see Koreans using it as an excuse for all the bad they do. I think the crazy part is somebody said, everybody's like, oh, we were colonized, and that's what held us back. And they're like, well, what was it? Ethiopia was never colonized by any, like, you know, European or, any European colonizers. And yet, they still seem pretty in the past. Meanwhile, Vietnam had been colonized for I don't know, centuries? I don't know. For a very long time. Vietnamese people, they're much more, like, despite being in a literal jungle, they're very light-skinned sometimes. They're very French-infused. Even Vietnamese isn't like Korean or Chinese. It's very French-infused. It's very easy for a Vietnamese person to learn French. They were colonized for however many years, and it seems like Vietnam's doing pretty okay compared to other Southeast Asian countries. So apparently colonization isn't the thing that sets your nation back in perpetuity, but they keep on blaming everything. Oh, we were colonized one time, so now we don't have. Now we get set to like the soft bigotry of low expectations. Ethiopia did get conquered by Italy, but that was short-lived. I don't see any. Is there any Italian civilization left behind at all? They would push them back. Yeah. The Irish were also slaves. Some people, they were treated worse than African Americans, and the Irish aren't crying for reparations. I think it's just because people have been programmed to listen to the cries of oppression, and now, like, unless you're willing to cater into somebody crying of oppression, you are a bad person, and that's why people get away with it for so long. Because it's like, oh, I've been oppressed. It's like, you don't want to be a bad guy ignoring my oppression. And there's even books that tell white people, don't speak, listen. And I even had a coworker that was very much into wokeness. Like, I remember at workplace, she was reading White Fragility almost as like an advertisement. Like, oh, see guys, I'm very woke. I'm reading White Fragility so I can learn about my fragility. It's like, no, she bought into every single narrative. I wouldn't be surprised if a large portion of her income went to BLM during the Summer of Love. My cap was made in Vietnam. Is it? Let's see. Indonesia, Vietnam, maybe. Doesn't even say. No. My hat was made in Vietnam. Wow, you are in my head right now. Sometimes Mexico. I just know the I think it's Vietnamese fitted hats are nicer than the Indonesian fitted hats. The sizing's a little bit different, but the Indonesian fitted hats have a very big face. Like, this is a hat I got back when Otani was on the Angels. It's like the bill of it, the front face was super high. No LA gear on, you're amazed. I mean, I got my Dodger stuff. Yeah, we got Squirtle with the Dodger hat over there. Your dad left a kid in Vietnam. Take that information to the grave, dude. What are you doing here? You got like 1,000 people over the different chats. Now everybody's seen it. But yeah, so I just want to cover this thing over here in the UK. Some people are idiots.
An extra 10 million people. It's going to have an effect on housing.
Do you think that if we lock down our borders, we're going to solve the housing crisis?
Well,
is that going to solve it?
The thing is, the more people you have in a country, the more... Do you not think an extra 10 million people is going to have an effect on housing?
Do you think that if we lock down our borders, we're going to solve the housing crisis?
Well,
is that going to solve it?
The thing is, the more people you have in a country, the more houses you're going to need. I know it might sound...
He's really good at explaining things like this, isn't he?
What? Everybody in the audience...
I know it might sound...
He's really good at explaining...
They're so like in agreement. They're so mad at the idea that logic might say simple supply and demand says an extra million people, at the very least, probably need an extra $250,000 homes. If you're not building an extra $250,000 homes whenever an million illegals come into your country, you're going to have a housing crisis. But the indignant look on her face, oh, can you believe this guy made? Like, the idea that you don't have to have logic, you can just have emotions, and you can give a confused face means you can't reason with these people.
Things like this, isn't it? Yeah, using immigration on the issue of housing, I think is absolutely...
Are you saying it has no impact on housing?
China's called racist.
I think Andy wanted to come in.
Do you want to just answer that question, Rob? Do you think it
does immigration have an effect on housing?
Wow, look how angry they are about that. No, I don't want to be mean. You're not making fun of people's appearance, but I'm guessing, just based on your bangs, that you're a leftist.
Whoever lives in this country has an impact on housing, of course.
Yes.
All right.
The numbers of people in a country. That's not necessarily to do with immigration.
And the thing is, I think Tim Pool, you don't want to compare people to insects. But I think he had the greatest argument against this, where they say, okay, immigrants commit crimes, but so do Americans. So why would you say no immigrants when we already have a crime problem? But Tim Pool was talking about how that's like saying, just because we got a couple mosquitoes in the house doesn't mean we leave the front door open. If we have mosquitoes in the house, let us tackle the crime we have inside the house without allowing unlimited more to come in. Because we're never going to get under control if we leave the door open. The same thing with like homelessness. If we got some homeless living in the house, let us take care of it. Don't let unlimited more homeless people walk through. I think it was funny that somebody actually clipped out her face and how insane she looked. Like, I can't believe you're giving me logic. Let me look at everybody else very confused and see if I can get everybody else on the same side as me.
The idea of blaming our housing crisis on immigration is absolutely wild to me, actually.
But,
Robert. Like,
that says more
what
about
do you
you
think
because
that
we've got an extra 10, 20 million people come in the country.
do you think that if we...
It's like, wait, I'm having to think right now. She's saying, do you think? Meanwhile, ironically, not thinking.
An extra 10 million people is going to have an effect on housing.
Do you think that if we lock down our borders, we're going to solve the housing crisis?
Well,
is that going to solve
the thing is, the more people you have in a country, the more houses you're going to need. I know it might sound...
He's really good at explaining things like this.
You're so upset with him.
Yeah.
Her face right there. And the thing is, I think I just posted it recently. Let me try to find it. I saw somebody post it. God damn it. Where is it? Let me try to pull it up. Oh, here it is. Millennial Woes. It's amazing how much leftist discourse is just them pretending not to understand things, thus making discourse impossible. And that's exactly what we saw with that girl, where it's like, I'm pretending not to understand supply and demand, the housing crisis. I'm pretending that I don't understand that if we have millions more individuals inside the country, we're going to need millions more housing. That look of, I can't believe he's suggesting this racist thing, looking at the audience, everybody clap like seals because this guy's racist and we're calling him out. It's like, no, you're just pretending to be that regarded. Nobody's this regarded. I refuse to believe you're that regarded. But if you can just pretend to not understand basic discourse for long enough, other people will also be that ignorant, and then it's impossible to ever get you to see the right way, or even have a regular discussion about things because you're feigning such ignorance. Gaslighting, exactly. Or no, we don't think we know. Exactly, because my emotions outrank your feelings, so I'm always going to be able to have the upper hand on you because I'm more emotional about this thing than you are logical about this thing, so of course I'm going to win the argument. Of course the audience is going to be on my side. So let's read some super chats right now. Amazing Disgrace says, here's a little ad revenue for you. Appreciate that. Lawless Namekian send for the house fund. Appreciate it, but don't ever send me cash to buy anything or whatever. As you can tell, not the most responsible with money. Like, look at all this stuff here we got going on. Also, I said maybe buying a home. That's why we're gonna run a whole bunch of ads. If all of a sudden every single video has today's video is brought to you by blah 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 blah, know the background's about to change in the near future, and I'll need cash. Amazing Disgrace says, people are harder on YouTubes about their facts than they are about network news. Very true, but also I think it's because there's back and forth between a YouTuber and the news. There's no comment section or whatever, so I understand that. Thank you for the super chat, Stumble Boots. And also Slugs Nail saying, bless LA Sag. Appreciate that. Clifford Johnson saying, just turned 31 yesterday, sharing the love. I'm gonna cover this on this channel. It happened when you were out bowling. Great work, brother. I have nightmares of that scenario. Stay. Okay, appreciate that, thank you. Parrish says, the Democrats funded the KKK and wanted slavery. Sounds outlandish, but I believe it's true. Amazing Disgrace says, go after their snacks, they hate that. Amazing Disgrace says, detained migrants can leave anytime they want. They will be deported, but staying is their choice. Exactly, they think that they don't have to follow the law. Amazing Disgrace again says, they could be geo-afraid, was a comment in the chat that got censored. Is it not comparable to what the left says? I don't know what that is, but what do you call it? No allusion to violence. It's like, okay, if the left says something, doesn't mean we say the same thing too. Lawless Namekian says, you got fat and lost 30 pounds, 20 more to go. Congratulations. Amazing Disgrace says, are people aware that Karen Bass was part of a group that launched a terror attack against the Capitol in the 70s? I was not aware of that, but I mean, I wouldn't be surprised with a lot of insane leftists. That's actually a positive thing she's done. Bite Didi, the moderator, says, by the way, I caught word that a British-American Steve Hilton took the Republican Party lead for California. Is it true? It is very true, but I wouldn't be surprised if they give Hilton the same treatment they gave Pratt. Albatross says, as a Californian sucks. Bite Didi says, sweet liberty, Spencer Pratt is a threat to managed democracy. Yeah, he's not their choice. Amazing Disgrace says, late ballots always benefit Democrats. Are you serious? Obvious corruption. Exactly. 56 Ace says, he's a young athlete. We can get years of equity out of him. I mean, I just want justice. Sir Huggington says, keep up the great work. Good show. Appreciate that. Thank you. Let's see. And then also, I think we had something over on Twitch. I just want to make sure. I didn't see any, don't give me a Prime sub. Don't give me any, like, don't send any money. I'm just making sure. Let's see. It's an analytics or stream alerts? Stream manager? There you go. Yeah, filter. Not follows. Oh, thank you, Origin Unknown, for the Prime sub. Stumble Boots with the bits cheering. Super SJ for being here, and also Aosabi-san for rating over with 3 viewers. Appreciate that, man. Thank every viewer counts, right? Oh, I think I saw something start. Okay. Yeah, primes don't cost you. Happy to give. Appreciate that. I just know sometimes it's kind of a pain to get your Amazon Prime account, attach it to Twitch.tv, find me on Twitch and give it over there. I'm just saying, like, want to acknowledge everybody that does that. Oh, thanks for the Prime sub, Salad Bandit. Oh, thanks for it, Pathic, the Prime sub. Any recent announced games that caught your eye? Not really. Honestly, I started playing, my buddies wanted to get me into Helldivers 2. I might check that out. I just started to boot up, Fortnite again. I honestly, genuinely, like I said, I just got Fortnite so I could play with my nephew. Seemed fun. And then after he wasn't playing with him anymore, I just started playing Fortnite with my buddies. Like, Fortnite's actually fun. Get away from the building stuff. And I even bought myself, like, a Shohei Ohtani skin. I was about it. I liked it. Yeah, you miss first-person shooter games when they actually focus on gunplay, not the cosmetics. I just want Modern Warfare 2 to come back. If you give me Modern Warfare 2 gameplay just the way it was, noob tubes and Commando Pro and all, I'd be about. I would live stream that every day. I would be on Modern Warfare 2 like an addict. Yeah, you say Zero build is fun to play with your son, exactly. Because when you're playing build the regular one, too many people are too good at building stuff too fast, and it's just the learning curve is too high. That's how you feel about Black Ops 1 and 2. I think I played both of them, and I just wasn't as good at it. I think Modern Warfare 2, it's just 2 rounds and you. Black Ops takes like 3 to 5, and I just wasn't about, like, I like the twitchy type of shooter. New Quake? Never played Quake. Yeah, this one. Played a bit of Resident Evil, the newer one. God, I liked it, I just haven't sat down to play it. Oh, thanks for the Prime sub, Sir Huggingtons, and I guess we've been on for long enough. We will live stream again sometime during the week on just all the other platforms. Most of you guys are watching over on YouTube. It won't be on YouTube. It'll be on everything else. We'll probably watch some more body cam footage and stuff, so follow me on Twitch, Rumble, Kick, whatever you want to watch me on, even X. But check me out over there, and then we'll hang out sometime later in the week, likely like a Thursday or Friday, but I'll see you guys then.
Hello wonderful person, this is Anton, and in this video we're going to be once again discussing the very foundation of how we understand the universe itself. And that's because for many decades, a lot of cosmologists and scientists in general relied on something referred to as the lambda CDM model, also known as the concordance model or the lambda cold dark matter model, the standard model of cosmology that tries to explain everything from the Big Bang to the way that galaxies cluster together and eventually evolve various enormous structures. But in the last few years, especially based on some of the most recent observations, some cracks in this model started to appear because some of the things seem to not match and some things don't make as much sense. With all of this becoming even more apparent following this recent study based on a massive survey of 1,600 physicists that basically suggests that there is no actual consensus yet, and we may be witnessing a kind of a shift in how we view space and cosmos itself. And so today we're going to focus on some of the studies in the description and discuss some of the facts and discoveries in them, and discuss what physicists actually believe, and talk about some of the recent tests and recent observations that challenge our assumptions in regards to that perfectly smooth universe we've been studying for many decades. Because these recent studies now suggest that a lot of these assumptions may have been just a little bit too simple. But before we jump into the actual results and discuss some of the math, let's actually talk about the people doing the math, because there was an extremely recent survey conducted by the American Physical Society, and the results from the survey, along with other studies, should be in the description. And even here, there was already a major surprise, something that many physics textbooks don't really tell us much about. And that's because most of the facts we know about from these textbooks in physics don't actually have majority support among scientists, which is quite unexpected. For example, when it comes to the famous Big Bang theory, most people may assume that it means the beginning of time. But 68% of physicists seem to agree that it's not beginning of time, and instead describes the evolution of the universe from a hot, dense state. As a matter of fact, they suggest that the time itself may not even have a starting point, with only 20% describing Big Bang as the start. But even more intriguingly, the most famous cosmological model, lambda CDM, did not attain majority support either, and mostly because of a problem we usually refer to as the Hubble tension. And this persistent disagreement between how fast we see the universe expanding versus what's calculated is actually one of the main reasons nobody seems to agree on what's causing all of this, with most scientists agreeing on something entirely different. Either this is some kind of a new particle, a result of still unknown quantum gravity effects, or possibly just systematic error in some of the data, which tells us that the frontier of cosmology is very much alive, and quite frankly, is a bit of a mess right now because there seems to be quite a lot of disagreement. With something similar discovered in trying to explain the ideas behind quantum physics, or in trying to explain what happens inside black holes. And some of the biggest disagreements were actually in regards to gravity. Even though it's basically fundamental to our experience on Earth, nobody can even agree what's causing it or how it works, with approximately a third of physicists basically settling for no opinion. As in, they have no idea where to even start, so they chose not to answer. Which basically now brings us to these new studies, and specifically 3 studies, that once again highlight this issue in a little bit more detail. And in this case, these are discoveries based on an idea referred to as FLRW cosmology, also known as Friedmann-Lemaitre-Robinson-Walker cosmology. Essentially a kind of a space metric that provides the main mathematical framework for all of the modern cosmology and tries to describe everything around us. And it's essentially based on 2 main core assumptions. The assumption number 1 being that the universe looks the same at every point no matter where you look. This is referred to as homogeneity, or basically the universe has no center. And it's also isotropic, or it looks the same in every direction, whether you look right, left, up or down. And so, in other words, the universe should have the same density, same laws, same everything, everywhere. Otherwise, things will just not work because a lot of modern formula and a lot of modern cosmology depends on these fundamental principles. And this is essentially something that's been assumed for approximately 100 years now. And because of this assumption, it allowed us to use relatively simple math to describe the universe's expansion and to describe additional observations from very far away objects. But there's always been a bit of a catch. The real universe, the actual universe we live in, is not entirely smooth because it's full of various galactic clusters and a lot of long filaments of gas, as well as something that doesn't contain stuff, such as various regions referred to as voids. But in this case, the physicists studying this have always assumed that these individual clumps, on average, should not affect the overall expansion and should not have that much effect, especially if analyzing the entire universe as opposed to just one individual part. And that's essentially what this new research is trying to achieve. It's putting all of these assumptions to test, and actually a very rigorous test based on some of the most detailed data. And so here we have 3 separate studies, and specifically 4 researchers from Denmark and the UK, tested this FLRW framework without making the assumption that it was correct to begin with. And to do this, they relied on a machine learning technique referred to as symbolic regression. So basically, instead of telling a computer to feed the data to a specific formula, they let the computer search for a mathematical expression that seems to best fit various observations of supernova and galactic surveys. So in essence, this is a model-independent approach and is quite unbiased because it starts from the beginning and tries to discover a formula. But what they found was a bit of a shock. Their analysis showed mild to even moderate deviations from the standard predictions in that 100-year-old cosmological model, with the results having a sigma of 2 to even 4, which in the world of physics potentially suggests some kind of a tentative discovery or something that is very intriguing. Normally in physics, it requires a sigma of 5 before something is confirmed. But in terms of mathematics, they looked at something referred to as Clarkson-Bassett-Liu test, which is a type of a mathematical consistency check, or essentially a check that tries to see if something is more or less correct or not. And well, if our universe follows these standard rules, the result of this test must be 0. But the data based on the Dark Energy Spectroscopic Instrument, or DESI, and the Pantheon Supernova Catalog, the 2 major catalogs we've discussed in some of the previous videos, and basically the largest observations of the universe to date, seem to suggest the result is not 0, and that the observations do not match predicted values. Now in this case, it's not certain why they don't match, because here it just tells us that something doesn't add up. The why part is still a mystery and is not tackled in any of these papers. But nevertheless, they do provide some possible resolutions and possible suggestions. Because assuming these violations are real, we still need to try to figure out what's causing them. And well, the first potential resolution is referred to as Dyer-Roeder effect. Yep, I know, lots of different terminology and lots of somewhat complicated stuff. But in a nutshell, when we look at distant supernova, the light doesn't travel through a perfectly average universe. It mostly travels through empty voids because matter is usually clumped into galaxies. And this, in theory, can bias our measurements, making the universe appear much emptier than it actually is. So in this case, there could be a bias based on supernova measurements, and it's something that needs to be addressed in some of the future studies. Alternatively, there is also something referred to as cosmological backreaction. This is the idea that the growth of those massive cosmic webs and these massive voids possibly changes the average expansion of the universe and makes the universe not so uniform after all. Or basically it creates local gravity effects that might create conditions where the universe accelerates a little bit faster and conditions where it accelerates a little bit slower. In other words, the universe might not be homogeneous and instead contains certain areas where things are just a little bit different. And well, until these recent studies, it was very difficult to distinguish some of these effects and explain why certain observations don't seem to add up. But because of these new studies, the overall results do suggest that it seems to be coming from the geometry of space itself and not some kind of a mysterious new particle or some form of energy that we never considered before. In other words, it's unlikely to be evolving dark energy particles or some strange fifth force in nature, but instead seems to be the result of geometry of space, which essentially means that cosmology and physics as a whole might actually go through a new renaissance and a new revolution. Because if this confirms that this FLRW framework is failing, it means that we now need to design new frameworks and create new, better models that explain everything. And that's the overall conclusion from these papers. assuming that we don't find some kind of a different explanation, such as maybe some kind of a interacting dark matter particle or some bizarre new source of dark energy, the overall conclusion is that we might need to rework some of the models, and while the universe might not be as homogeneous or same everywhere as we initially thought. And importantly, once the solution is found, it's most likely going to solve a lot of modern issues, including the idea known as the Hubble tension you can learn about in a video in the description. And the best news in this case is the fact that we are going to be getting new data very soon, and over the next few years, even better measurements of the expansion rate are going to be released, which may either confirm this and suggest that we need to rework the models, or possibly explain everything in some other bizarre way. But essentially, just to summarize this video, as you might have learned, scientific truth in this case is not actually decided by the majority vote. And as of today, quite a lot of physicists are divided on a lot of different issues, with a lot of evidence pointing at different solutions. But these cracks in the modern standard model are not a failure of science. That's actually the important part. As a matter of fact, this is precisely why science works the way it does. Here, this is an invitation to find a much deeper, more accurate description of cosmos, and to essentially help us reassess our previous assumptions, and to then come up with a conclusion that makes a lot more sense. Which means that we'll definitely follow this up with additional videos once there is new data and new studies. Until then, thank you for watching, subscribe, come back tomorrow to learn something else, support the channel on Patreon where you can find additional videos without any ads and can DM me directly, or by joining the channel membership that grants you early access. You can also support this channel by buying a Wonderful Person t-shirt in the description below. Stay wonderful, I'll see you tomorrow, and as always, bye bye.
The conflict with Iran just took a major turn.
Meanwhile, Fox News alert Israel and Iran trading fire overnight with the most strikes we've seen in months.
But President Trump posting on Truth Social just a few minutes ago saying that Israel and Iran are looking to do an immediate ceasefire as, quote, final negotiations on peace are proceeding.
Let's hope
Hey guys, good morning. It's been about 3 hours since the last explosions were reported in the Iranian capital of Tehran. The Israelis going on offense after they came under waves of Iranian ballistic missile attacks overnight. This all started yesterday afternoon when the IDF struck the Lebanese capital of Beirut, hitting the Hezbollah stronghold in the southern part of the city. Iranian officials then threatened to target Israel and later launched 4 waves of ballistic missiles toward the northern part of this country, sending hundreds of thousands of people into bomb shelters. As we were reporting here from Tel Aviv, we could see these missiles soaring through the skies of Israel. I was on the phone with President Trump getting his reaction in real time. President Trump told me what I would suggest to Iran: you've shot your missiles, that's enough, get back to the table and make a deal. The president said this certainly isn't going to help negotiations. Now, Israel around...
But for some reason, President Trump doesn't seem all that bothered with this renewed aspect of hostilities. Why is that?
Now, Israel, around 4:10 a.m. local time, launched widespread airstrikes across Iran, targeting both the central and western parts of that country, going after many of the air defense systems there. Then, early this morning, around sunrise, the Houthis from Yemen that are backed by the Iranian regime launched ballistic missiles toward Israel, triggering sirens here in Tel Aviv. And then the Iranians launched more ballistic missiles in 2 separate waves toward this country, sending millions of people into bomb shelters. So quite an eventful 24 hours across the region, and questions about if both sides are willing to cease fire.
Well,
guys,
it sounds like they're asking for one.
They're launching these ballistic missiles, and I know that we took out a lot of their ballistic missiles. Where do they stand as far as their arsenal now? And what caused this? Why do you think that Israel and Iran started trading fire all of a sudden?
Well, there's this other conflict going on in Lebanon at the exact same time. We've got the conflict between Iran and the United States over by the Strait of Hormuz that everybody's focused on, but there's also a campaign against Hezbollah, which is backed by Iran, as well as the Houthis, who have now ordered a total blockade of all Israeli ships in the Red Sea. And look at what Iran's generals were saying just a few days ago.
Wouldn't a war be catastrophic for Iran as well, though, if it was a big bombing campaign?
How did CNN beat this guy?
If the war continues and the naval blockade is not lifted, we will drag the war to the Indian Ocean, the Bab el-Mandeb Strait, the Red Sea, and the Mediterranean, and we will give another dimension to the war by attacking these other American bases that we have been attacking so far. America will definitely suffer much more losses. America's losses will be very heavy.
Okay, so that was their general a few days ago. I don't know how CNN was able to meet with this individual. I'm assuming that this is an individual that perhaps intelligence agencies are looking for. Regardless, we've now got a blockade on Israeli ships in the Red Sea. We've got renewed attacks. We had people firing at U.S. bases just a few days ago. And here's how you know that President Trump isn't super worried about how long the ceasefire goes on or whether or not Iran breaks it.
A military conflict. I call it that because it's really not that much of a war, but it's a military conflict. It's a practice.
So Trump calls this whole thing practice. He's not calling it a conventional war. Now, of course, there's some hyperbole here. This has been going on for quite some time, but it's not like the United States is at any risk from Iran in any way. Their Navy is gone, their Air Force is gone, their air defenses. I guess they had a few of them left because Israel just targeted those in some recent attacks. And now the question is, where is this going? Is Israel going to continue attacking Iran? Is Iran going to keep launching ballistic missiles along with their various rebel groups at Israel? Is the ceasefire over? And was that the U.S. plan all along?
The president indicated over the weekend the Iranians still have around 20% of their ballistic missile arsenal. The number could be even higher, but it speaks to how dangerous these missiles can be, even if they've been degraded in the aftermath of Operation Epic Fury, that 40-day military operation against the Iranian regime that was carried out alongside Israeli forces. In terms of the current state of affairs and why we are seeing this exchange of fire right now, it comes down to one reason, and that is that the Iranians are trying to tie the issue of Lebanon and their support of the largest proxy they have in the region, Hezbollah, to the broader negotiations with the United States. They say if the Israelis strike Hezbollah, they will strike Israel. And that is why we are seeing this ballistic missile fire toward this country today. Remember, the Israelis have a tiered air defense system starting with the Iron Dome. It then goes up to David Sling. They have the Arrow 2 and 3 system beyond that, but they've also got U.S. systems on the ground, including Patriot and THAAD missile defense systems that we are told were working to shoot down some of that incoming fire overnight.
Trey, the other thing was the Houthis get involved out of nowhere. You know, we heard they were going to get involved before they haven't. The one worry the Saudis have, or the many worries, is that they're shut down the Red Sea. And according to Arab News, they announced that the Houthis claim missile attack on Israel and announced Red Sea shipping ban.
Yes, the Houthis have announced that they are effectively closing Bab el-Mandeb, which is the equivalent of the Red Sea Strait of Hormuz. When we look at the two shipping lanes.
Interesting. So Iran is doing the thing now during this conflict without the nuclear capability that they were going for, that everybody was afraid of. And that is militarizing these international shipping lanes and shutting them down and strangling the global economy. Now, if they're willing to do this now, it shows that these guys, had they been allowed to get the nuclear weapons they claimed they had before Epic Fury started, would have used them as leverage to do what they're doing right now, just in the future when it would be too late.
We have the Persian Gulf and the Strait of Hormuz that goes into the Gulf of Oman that has been the main focus of Iranian aggression throughout the past 2 months, and that is the area where you have the U.S. naval blockade of Iranian ports. But then when you go further west to the Red Sea, you have the Bab el-Mandeb, which is largely considered the gateway to the Red Sea. And the Houthis have the ability to launch missiles and drones at this area and disrupt international shipping lanes. It's around 12% of the world's shipping that goes through this area. And if they're effective in this effort, it could make the negotiations even more complicated.
The interesting thing about this is all of the negotiation that's been going on has been between the sovereign nation of Iran and the United States. There has been no negotiation between countries like Israel and groups that have overrun various parts of the Middle East, like Lebanon, and want to attack Israel. That hasn't been part of this at all, and now Iran is trying to tie the negotiations with the U.S. to conflicts that are happening elsewhere that have been going on before Epic Fury even started. And that is why you're seeing a lot of this. They're basically telling their militants, hey, do something. We need help here. We need to try something to try and just get out of this disaster and get Trump to just release our assets and let us go back to doing the things that we were doing. That's what they want, and they'll do anything to try and make sure that happens. But look at this.
Hezbollah generally doesn't make a move without Iran's say-so, right? So Iran must have been anticipating that Israel would launch strikes against Hezbollah.
Well, they've said they were going to.
Yeah, I think the trigger for this round of attacks is the attack in the Beirut suburbs. Apparently, the Israelis got their man and triggered this response.
Oh, really?
I mean, this should not be a surprise if they've got a senior member of the IRGC in their crosshairs. We saw this play out in April of 2024 when Iran launched hundreds of missiles at Israel when they targeted 7 senior IRGC members in Damascus, Syria.
So what should the president's response be? I mean, we're kind of waiting to see what President Trump will do. He told our Trey Yinks that he wants the Iranians, he acknowledges that they've launched their missiles. He wants them to shut it down and get back to the bargaining table. First of all, do you think they will? And secondly, if they don't,
they'll have to
what
if this
should the
doesn't
president
work,
do?
Which it's not.
Well, I think part of it is what will the Israelis do? Will the Israelis, who have held back on resuming attacks against Iran proper, will they resume those attacks against the IRGC like we saw before the ceasefire that went into effect back in April 8th? They don't necessarily need U.S. support for that. They could do targeted attacks themselves. But I think this also could be a moment where, with a show of force from the U.S. and Israel, that might actually move the negotiations forward, not backwards. But it's going to require a forceful military response to get to that.
And that's the opposite of what we're hearing from all the naysayers. All the naysayers are telling us is that Iran gets stronger every day this conflict goes on, even though they have less missiles and they have less of a Navy and less of an Air Force and less generals to tell their Navy and their Air Force, which don't exist, what to do anymore. And we're told that because there are blockades on the Strait of Hormuz and now over in the Red Sea. And that is supposed to signify that Iran now knows that, hey, we can get away with this and no one can stop us. And to an extent, they're right. France isn't going to stop them. The UK is not going to stop them. Nobody's going to stop them except the United States. And their attacks aren't working. And that's because their attacks don't have the ability to do the very thing they want because of everything that they've lost since Epic Fury started.
The president has said he was not pleased when Israel launched those attacks on Hezbollah.
Yeah, he said
if
that.
Israel were to launch another round of attacks on Iran, I don't want to get inside or get ahead of the president, but it would seem like he would not be wanting that kind of thing either.
Does he really think that? I don't know.
It all comes down to how to approach the negotiations. And if the channels of communication are healthy between D.C. and Jerusalem, I think that, don't take anything off the table. That's one thing that we know about President Trump. If he sees a way ahead, an opportunity, he'll seize it to drive the America First agenda forward. So I wouldn't take it off the table. I don't necessarily, from what we know of the attack earlier today by the Israelis in the suburbs of Beirut, it seems to be targeted, a very small strike, targeting certain individuals. So certainly not the wider assault that the Israelis were planning into the suburbs of Beirut that they did pause at the behest of President Trump. So
here's the other thing that we don't know. This entire time, we've been hearing from people in the Trump administration that what the Iranians say publicly is not what they are saying privately during the negotiations. And if that's been true for a while, where privately they're saying they want to make a deal and publicly they're going on CNN and they're saying it's going to be over for the United States any second now, even though that hasn't happened yet, if that's the reality, if we've got this dichotomy between public speech and private speech, is the same thing happening between Trump and Israel? Is Trump really upset with Israel for doing what they did? Or is he just saying that this could all be cover for something that Trump and Israel are united in?
It doesn't appear on the surface that the Israelis crossed a red line from Washington, D.C.
The president has said he expects that maybe, tomorrow, Tuesday, Wednesday, that the Iranians might be inclined to sign some kind of a deal. Launching ballistic missiles at Israel doesn't suggest that they are tiptoeing toward the signature line.
Yeah, what about that?
Well, a unified and strong response to the Iranians at this stage, I think, makes it more likely they'll actually make the necessary concessions and sign a deal. But if we do try to equivocate, then it could be just another opportunity for the Iranians to string things along. Again, the Iranians have made an attack. It's not a very substantial one when you look at what they've done in the recent past. Dozens of missiles versus hundreds of missiles, uncoordinated with drone strikes. So their command and control and the capacity for the IRGC to launch these strikes is also being demonstrably weak.
And that's the part of this that none of those out there who say Iran's getting stronger every single day want to admit. They used to launch hundreds of missiles. Now they're launching dozens of missiles. And that's because they don't have a whole bunch of missiles left. If they had this whole arsenal of missiles and drones that they were showing off all over social media before this whole thing even started, those would all be in the air. Those would all be headed somewhere and you'd have a coordinated attack. But no, it's almost like what we have here are random people that are in this military that have access to a missile deciding to fire it somewhere and hoping that it does something, which is the opposite of strength. It's just putting all of their weakness on the table at a time when they need leverage and don't have any, which is why they're telling their proxies allegedly to start doing things like a Red Sea blockade of Israel.
So it also exposes the weakness of the military hand that the Iranians have. It makes it, again, best interest for all parties that they end the fighting.
Right,
we
which
just
is what
played
everyone wants.
a piece of sound from Hakeem Jeffries, the minority leader in the House of Representatives, a Democrat, who says that he believes that Iran is actually stronger now than they were before hostilities began. It sounds like you would disagree with that.
You have to want to believe that.
Yes, I'm not sure what lens or historical or military lens that he's looking through to make such an assessment, because it's certainly not the one that I think most of the folks in military experience would assess. A Navy that's now on the bottom of the Persian Gulf, an Air Force that's non-existent. It clearly demonstrated by these attacks today, not a very robust missile force, and certainly their command and control is questionable, because if they did launch drones in coordination with these ballistic missile strikes, as they've done in the Straits of Hormuz, it's just not been very well coordinated for any military effect. So
that's not an active military. That's not a military that is stronger today than it was before this whole thing started. And you got to understand something. These politicians, they are looking for something, some external force to show up and get rid of Trump for them during a midterm election year because they want to regain their political power inside the United States. That's the lens that these people are looking at this conflict through. They're looking at this conflict and they're looking at the regime in Iran that has not been nice to their own people at all and is threatening the entire world and lied about having nuclear weapons and told our negotiators that they had enough for 11 nuclear bombs. They're looking at them and they're saying, gee, these guys might be able to get rid of Trump for us. And if they do, then hey, we can take back America as long as they can last until the elections. If they can stick around until then and keep projecting force and keep up something, potentially the tide will turn against the United States internally and Trump will lose all of his support and they'll take back power and run America once again. That's what they want. But look at this.
And across Iran, student protests is erupting. The first sign of
look at all these protests
since the internet blackout was lifted last month. And exiled Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi says they won't give up their fight. His chief of staff, Cameron Consarinia, joins us right now.
The people of Iran want to be free. The people of Iran for 47 years have suffered under this radical regime that took their country, Iran, one of the oldest and greatest civilizations in the world, that introduced the concept of human rights and equality and dignity, where the women of Iran had the vote, the right to vote before the women of Switzerland in the 1960s and 70s. That's the Iran they want.
Okay. So instead of Trump losing support in America, as the mainstream news keeps telling us, and as these elected officials keep telling us, it's actually the regime in Iran that is losing their support as protests once again start happening in their country. And this is so typical of how the spin machine works in America. These socialists, these progressives, they're always the ones accusing others of saying, oh, hey, you're doing this, you're doing that, you're losing support, you're losing the war, when really, you got three fingers pointing back. It's the regime they hope survives that is losing the war. It's the regime they hope survives that is losing support at home. It's the regime they hope survives that is experiencing hyperinflation. America's not experiencing hyperinflation. Things are actually under control. Look at this.
So I want to ask you, Secretary Bessent, do you agree with President Trump that you also do not care about Americans' financial situations?
Congresswoman, who was the president during World War I?
Can you,
no,
are you refusing to answer my question?
No, I'm asking, who was the president during World War I?
I don't know, but clearly you
so
are
you
not
don't know
answering
who the
my
president
question.
during World War I was.
So,
but let me tell
so
you.
I'm clearly
there's a reason he asked
that you do not want to answer, whether you agree with President Trump that you do not care about Americans' financial situations.
President Trump does care about Americans' financial situations.
Well, he actually said that he doesn't.
No, that is a truncated thing, like everything is.
Right.
That he is future-proofing because I can tell you Americans' financial situations would be devastated if Iran got a nuclear weapon.
Right.
And there was a permanent shutdown of the flow of energy out of the Middle East.
Yep, that's
well,
right.
then let me ask you, was your prediction...
I promise you that President
I'm taking my time back.
I will promise you that President Woodrow Wilson, who was president during World War I, that the Germans did not attack us. That he got into that. It was
well, you're not answering the question, so let me ask this.
A war of principle. That's what these individuals don't understand. These people that want to see this regime survive, the excuse has been, oh, they're not hurting anybody. Oh, Iran, they should have the ability to enrich uranium. Oh, they should have the ability to do this, to do that. Well, if you allow them to do that, and then they're going to take things a step further, and they're going to threaten the world economy in the future, like they are right now, without nuclear weapons, it's a regime that has future-proofed itself. And the Treasury Secretary brought up Woodrow Wilson in World War I to explain why the United States got involved in the Great War to begin with. It was a war of principle. You cannot have Kaiser Wilhelm marching through Europe, taking things over. And as we saw 20 years after World War I, if people shy away from a conflict of principle, things can spiral out of control pretty quickly. What do you think about that? I'll see you in the next video.
I hate the fact that I have to make this video. However, I do believe that it's important to make to show you guys how truly radical, how violent, and how extreme people have become in today's society, to the point where they're openly making death threats on the streets of New York City. I was in New York working on a new video. However, I had a day off, so I was going up towards Central Park to meet up with a buddy to go work out. I had just gone off the subway around 57th Street, and as soon as I get off the subway, I look up and this man is walking his dog, and he looks at me and he says, "Nick Shirley, F you." And I said, "Hey, come back, let me talk to you." And he continues to yell and scream and storm off. I eventually pulled my camera, and this is the initial reaction I had with this man.
Tell your bodyguard to step down. Come up there. You. Why? I'll find you the best, man. We love you, man. That's right. Hey, keep walking, you little poodle.
The man goes completely unhinged. He starts yelling, screaming, cussing, and then he even says, "I will effing find you." However, at the same time, you have somebody next to him saying, "He's the best, we love you, man." But this guy continues to keep screaming and yelling, and he makes his way all the way to the other side. And after that, we continue walking for a sec, and then I told my security guard, I said, "No, I'm going back, because the man had just barely yelled, 'Hey, you're gonna get Kirk next,' from the other side of the street." And once he said that, I said, "Nope, we're going back, we're confronting this man." My security guard says, "No, Nick, just let it go." I said, "No, people need to understand how truly radical and how violent these people have become." So I then go and confront this man. I say, "Hey, why don't you like me?" And this is what happened.
I've seen your videos. I've seen your videos. The way you framed it is bullshit. Hey, you too. Thank you. How did I frame it? That was bullshit. There's a bunch of racists over here. You.
He gets extremely upset and starts yelling and cursing at anyone that comes around me. And then he can't even give a single example about why he thinks I'm Islamophobic or racist.
They say silence. Be quiet.
Yeah, that's what they want. That's what they want. Obey. What do you want to say? What do you want to say? I'm listening. Okay, how am I racist or Islamophobic? Dude, what do I got to pull up 90 clips of you? Me saving taxpayer dollars? Saving taxpayer dollars. You know what, man? And get out of New York, man. Stay in Florida. Where are you from? Where do you live? America. What makes you so you too? Seriously, you. You're lucky. You know, it's really smart you have a bodyguard. It's really smart. Yeah, you're right. No, there are crazy people like me that don't like racists. That would do something about it. That would do something. Oh my God, dude. You want to pull up 90 clips for you? Pull up one clip. One clip. Hold on. Hey, Nick Shirley, there's no racist over here. I'm gonna say you.
I try to give him multiple opportunities to say why he thinks I'm Islamophobic or racist, and he cannot even give one example. Instead, he just starts to continue to scream out in public that Nick Shirley is an Islamophobic or racist. This is a tactic that the left uses, or not even the left, just these radicalized individuals, where they yell it and say it loud enough to the point where they actually believe it, and they make the other people around them believe it as well.
You gotta pay you money. You don't have to save us money, man. You don't have to save us any money. All I heard know is where our money's going. Yo, you. Well, the fraud's not real? The fraud's not real. Not the way you framed it. Not the way you framed it. Sure isn't. Just live in there's gonna be things that fall through the cracks sometimes. It's not the way you frame it.
He says some things just fall through the crack and that it's not real because of the way I framed it. Well, it's pretty obvious the fraud was real. They just found $90 million of it. They had the largest autism bust of all time in the United States history, and they just charged a lady who actually had received the most amount of money for daycares inside of Minnesota. So the fraud is very, very, very much real. But these people don't want to say that it's real because it breaks their entire logic. But this is where it gets super, super interesting when I ask him, well, what have you done to help society?
How? What have you done different? How do you help society? How have I helped society? Okay. I want you to go into any leftist organization, show them my photo, they'll know who I am. Okay, perfect. That does make sense.
when he says, show my face to any leftist organization, they'll know who I am, it is very telling about who these leftist organizations are supporting. These are radicalized individuals, like this man right here, who is openly making death threats on the streets of New York City. That's who these leftist organizations are supporting.
Give me one clip about being racist, huh? I have a rec league basketball game at 7. Walking the dog. You want me to go through this shit? I'm fucking fine here. You know what you're treating your dog. Your dog's fine. My dog's fine. Yeah. You gotta strangle your dog. Look at the dog. He's afraid of him. Wait, you wanna say hi? Want to say hi to Nick Shirley? Want to say hi to Nick Shirley?
Now, the only funny part about this interaction is how much the dog did not want to be with his owner. In fact, the dog wanted to be with me. I actually feel very bad for this dog because obviously this dog does not like his owner. And really quickly, I get lots of messages from you guys who want to help support my work and also people who want to expose fraud inside their own communities. And to do that, we built a website called antifraudclub.com. And part of that website is a weekly newsletter that we put out as we track what goes on here inside the United States. It's completely free and you can go ahead and sign up at antifraudclub.com. All you have to do is put your email above and you'll get weekly emails. And on that site, we also have our merch that's available as well and other ways to donate and to support as well for those that want to get involved. Go ahead and check out antifraudclub.com. It's the pinned comment down below. The link is also in the description. And now let's get back into the video.
Give me one example. Give me one example, sir. Oh my God, bro. I gotta go.
Give me an example. Silence and obey. Silence and obey.
Go hang out the leaders, why don't you? Yo, someone's gonna find you. I promise you. For what? Someone's gonna find you one day. Right here. Crazy.
Psycho. He then says that somebody's going to find me and says somebody's going to find you right here and does a gunshot to his neck, implying that somebody's going to shoot me or kill me, for instance. It's very weird to live through these experiences or through these circumstances, and that's why I want to make this video to show you guys just how truly radicalized these individuals are, to the point where they're making death threats openly in the streets of New York City, and they feel emboldened to do it. In fact, they don't even fear the police officer who's right next to this man. That's another crazy thing about this, is you have this guy making a death threat and you have an NYPD officer right there just listening to all this take place, and he doesn't do anything about it. And so when we talk about radicalized individuals here inside the United States, I've talked about this before, we have about 350 million people here inside the United States. So let's just say that 1% of the United States become radicalized, and let's just say it's 3 million people. 3 million people becoming radicalized is extremely dangerous, actually. And then if you break down that 1%, that 3 million people, to just 0.1% of the United States population, that is 300,000 people. That is 300,000 people that do not see any problem with the actions of this individual right here. And in fact, instead of seeing a problem with it, they actually support it. They are becoming radicalized to the point where they feel like they can openly make death threats on the streets of New York City and feel no repercussions, or feel that they don't even fear the police officer, for instance, who's right next to this person, because they feel like they are in the right for doing that, for making a death threat. I think it's important to realize why this guy is mad at me. He's mad at me because I expose a widespread fraud across the United States. Fraud is in all 50 states. However, a large majority of the fraud is taking place inside these deep blue cities and deep blue states. For instance, Minnesota, California, and New York. There's billions of dollars of fraud, and when I'm looking at these fraud cases, when I'm running the numbers, the majority of the fraud is taking place here inside these big cities. So I'm going after the largest amount of fraud. However, the thing that's interesting about exposing fraud is when I'm exposing fraud, I'm not just exposing the state, I'm also exposing where all of our tax dollars are going, because this fraud that's taking place is also a large portion of that money that's going sent to these programs is federal money, meaning money from all 50 states. That means that it's your money, my money, the lady in Illinois, and the grandpa who lives in the top of the mountains in Colorado. That's all of our money. And so for this person to be saying that the fraud is not real because of the way I framed it, for instance, in the case of the Somalians in Minnesota because they're Muslims, why he's not accepting the fraud is real is because it goes against their narrative about the fraud, which is very unfortunate, because fraud is fraud. No matter how you want to put it, fraud is fraud. But this guy's extremely upset because fraud is exposed and it happened to make the Somalians look bad, or happened to make the Democrat Party look bad. That's why this guy is upset. Now, after I had posted this confrontation on the internet, a lot of people started doing their own digging to see who this man was, and the guy's name is Thomas, actually. And Thomas has also made death threats to lots of other people on the internet. For instance, here's one right here where he says, "Get Kirked" to this individual. And this man Thomas has also been a part of a lot of protests. Here's a photo of him yelling and shouting at one of the protests in New York City. However, Thomas, after everyone had probably messaged him after saying, "Hey, what was that all about?" he actually deleted his Instagram. But what's interesting, Thomas has also made death threats to my friend Sweeney, who lives inside New York City. So he had Sweeney's email, and he emailed Sweeney saying how bad he actually felt about what happened. And this is what he said. He said, "I want to set things right. Please let Nick know that I would meet in person to apologize. We could have a good faith conversation where no voices are raised. It could be filmed or not filmed, but maybe we take this as an opportunity to make something where maybe we can make a bridge." okay, so he's trying to build a bridge, have a conversation. I'm thinking about it, and then he says, this moment has been an epiphany for me. Outside the internet shame aside, I felt immensely upset with myself immediately after. I thought it would be a moment of catharsis, and I felt the opposite. And if Nick wants to file a report, I understand that too, but I obviously don't want to go down that route. Now, this man might just be trying to save face by saying that he's willing to have this conversation. I was planning on filing a police report with this man, against this man with NYPD, after he had openly made a death threat in public. I'm considering not doing that now and having this conversation with him. Let me know your guys' thoughts about that in the comments down below. But I am actually interested to have this conversation with this man because I truly want to know why these people think they can openly call for violence in the streets of New York City, or openly say that people like me should be killed for simply exposing fraud. And I actually want to know, like, what goes in the mind of these individuals to the point where they do become radicalized to the point where they think there's actually no problem with that. For instance, when Luigi Mangione killed the United Healthcare CEO, a lot of people came out in support of him killing that person, which is a pretty crazy thing to do. To support somebody who openly kills somebody in the streets of New York City, that's not good by any means. And that shows that society does actually have a problem right now. And so I'm actually considering having this conversation with this individual. And now when this guy says that he's part of leftist organizations, that's also very telling about these leftist organizations that are being propped up here inside the United States, because what's happening is this silent minority is making a lot of noise across the United States. You're seeing protests nearly every single weekend by this silent minority, and these are the people that they are using to prop up and carry out their messages. As it really is these radicalized individuals who are openly saying, like, there's no problem with political violence. And something that was super telling to me about this movement by the left, for instance, is when I went to the State of the Union. And when I went to the State of the Union, there's very few times when Republicans and Democrats come together on something. However, there was one time when President Trump said something and left and right both stood up. And that's when he says that we do not condone, we do not support political violence. And everyone stood up except for a few individuals, and all these individuals happened to be on the left. And one of those individuals was Ilhan Omar. Instead of standing up, she sat down saying, and that says that she does condone political violence, that she does support political violence. So when you think about these people who, these leftist individuals, these radicalized individuals are listening to, it's people like Ilhan Omar, for instance, who actually condone political violence, which is very concerning to think that you do have a small minority of people, even if it's 0.1%, that is 300,000 people who believe it's all right to kill their opposition, for instance, which is very concerning. It only takes one person to do a bad thing, and that's something that we're all forgetting. It's not just 1%, it could just be 0.1%, even if it is 0.05%.